light's a little off. We're working on it.
We're
Mr.
sitting in
Wittbrodt, you look very brown.
Yeah. Well, I do work outside.
He does work outside, which makes him brown. I'm not taller than him.
I'm really
just
not that
sitting
brown.
like way up closer because I have to be able to read. You are brown. That's your
Yeah,
brown.
but my face is nowhere near as brown as what it shows on the screen.
I know. I don't know why our light is so weird.
Yeah.
Maybe we should open that.
We moved. Could be. We moved.
Open that maybe.
Okay. Let's try it.
He's my gopher here. He's doing a great job already. Hi, Gypsy Princess. Hi, Enlighten. Caught me on Rumble enjoying the Alex Jones I'm angry rant as a kinda, maybe the kitchen ones too. Enlighten says hi to you. Angry rant as a folk song. I've not heard that one, I don't think.
How's that?
I've heard the Kiss, what is it? I'll eat your leftist behind. You heard that one? I've heard that one. I don't know why we don't have better light. There's plenty of light in here. Maybe it looks okay to you guys and it just looks dark to me. That's entirely possible. Anyway, Mr. Wittbrodt is here today. I wrangled him into doing a Sunday show. How fun is that? Mr. Wittbrodt, come have a seat. So Let's Get Sewing isn't here yet. I don't know where she is, but she sent me a gift. I don't know if you want to.
Why are you so formal today? Mr. Wittbrodt, Donald.
I call you Mr. Wittbrodt all the time.
I know.
Okay. So she sews, clearly. And look, she made me this little purse. It's got this little that I can carry. Look how pretty that is. And look, she even, let me know if you guys can't hear us because the mic's in a different position right there. Anyway, little compartments. How sweet is that? And it's such a pretty color. I like that. Was it pinkish? I'm really bad at knowing the difference between colors that are close to each other. Purple?
Dusty Rose? How about that?
Sure, we're going to call it that.
I'm not an artist.
And this, I didn't know what it was at first. I thought it was a hat. Actually, it's a pretty cute hat.
Yeah.
Hi, Pamela. I don't know. Maybe better on you.
Lady that made that's going to be, oh my gosh.
There. Actually, I think it's like a pot.
I think it's a pot trivet.
I think it's a pot trivet, but I don't know.
Or whatever you call it.
Maybe like with the French flair. With like one eye. The noise helps.
Sorry, guys.
Okay, so let's get sewing.
Second time on screen.
She does like a summer school. And she is in, hold on, I looked at this and I remember thinking, she is in Spokane, Washington. Her name is Liz Pike. And if you're in Spokane, Washington, and you want to take Liz Pike's on, she's got sewing after school, adult sewing. What else does she? We'll just give her a little plug here since she sent gifts. Crafting and baking, free. I mean, I want to go to Washington. Look, my name is Liz Pike. I've been sewing for 50 years. Besides sewing, I like to craft, bake, read, plan new projects, and watch Penny's show. I'm sure it's in there. She just
forgot the slight omission.
Yeah, the ink probably died out of that part. Let's Get Sewing is a sewing school owned and operated by me. I'm dedicated to teaching sewing skills to a level that will allow sewists. I didn't even know sewists was a thing. That will allow sewists. I lost it. To create a wide variety of items from simple garments and accessories to advanced. A variety of classes are offered for beginners, children, and adults, and more advanced classes to challenge growing learners. Lessons in pattern drafting, pattern alteration, and fashion design are of it. You know what I know how to make? Pillows. That's it. That's all I know how to make. And they're not straight. Just don't, if you ever see any pillows that I've made.
They're not bad. You trimmed the lights pretty good. You put that neat looking trim around the lights.
Oh, on the lamp, on the lampshades. I did do that. Don wears it well. They like that. Anyway, so she's got like a camp for kids and all kinds of stuff. And if you're in Spokane, Washington, look her up. And if you need more information, I don't want to just blurt her number out online, even though she's got it in here. But here's the coup de resistance of what she sent. She sent we need a spoon. Is there a spoon over there?
I'm sure there is.
Don's going to get us a spoon.
I'm sure there's a spoon.
We're going to try some. Good night. She's strong.
No, you're not supposed to. Okay, you folks saw that. She's not supposed to do that with her left shoulder.
Sit straight. You're making. Why are you so much lower? Oh, I'm on a pillow. That's why.
She knows better. You know, she's supposed to have maybe another shoulder surgery. And what is she doing? Trying to open the lid.
What do you think I do when you're not home?
Well,
you think I just sit and stare at glass jars?
Yes.
I don't.
You leave them there till I get home.
Oh my God.
Is it strawberry?
It's strawberry rhubarb.
Oh,
I don't know if they're both strawberry. This one smells just strawberry.
Let's just see if we can find
You're matchy. I know, and we didn't plan matchy either. In fact, I didn't see what he was wearing till he came down and said, "Oh man, we're matching." Okay, you ready? It's just our germs. If you come eat jelly at our house. Oh, that's good. Let me try a bite.
Yes, please.
That tastes like just strawberry. Does that taste like strawberry
That
rhubarb?
wasn't even a real bite. What in the world?
How much jelly do you need in your face, man?
Well, my grandmother
Is
used
it like
to
my
make,
butter need?
My grandmother used to make strawberry jam.
Really?
Preserves, the real serious stuff.
We made strawberry jam one time when I was a
That's
kid.
good.
We went strawberry picking.
I could eat that.
Is that strawberry rhubarb or is it just strawberry?
It tastes like just strawberry.
Get the other one. Maybe there's rhubarb in the
It's
other.
quite delicious.
It is really good, and it's all germed up.
What's her first name?
Liz.
Liz. You did a fantastic job.
Is Liz on yet? Liz isn't on yet. Liz, I'm so sorry that I should have warned you. I was going to do it.
When Liz,
but I moved the show twice because I
Liz-
wanted you on.
When Liz pops on, we'll make sure to.
Yes, to tell her that we've been snarfing down jelly.
I'll put the trivet on.
Hi, Patty. Didn't get a good look, but I think that's for the microwave. Put your bowl. Oh.
Microwave. So it's not a granny hat, or a.
Oh, this looks like rhubarb.
Some kind of a.
That's a rhubarb. Oh, it's so good.
I do have 6 nationalities, so I feel like
Don,
this helps.
Don
me
has to have a big
with
bite.
some ethnic.
There you go. Not good.
Ethnic appreciation.
You look very ethnic. I think the ethnics would be offended, so you're doing a good job.
Yeah. So I feel like I look like now I'm from Irvin or something.
Yeah. Are you here? Are you ethnic? Are you offended? If so, put something
Irvin,
terribly bigoted in the chat, and I'll read it out loud.
Or Stanton.
Stanton?
Yeah, this hat makes me. I feel like I've traveled a little bit. Maybe Stanton.
Maybe Big Bone Lick, Kentucky.
Big Bone Lick.
There is a place called Big Bone Lick.
All of those places are like within an hour.
Salt Lick, Big Bone Lick.
Big Bone Lick might be.
There's a Hell, Michigan.
That's true.
Yes. You don't have to wear the hat the whole. You look like my sad little grandmother. Doesn't he?
I'm glad I could be here today with you.
Enlighten says I have an old man bedtime, so I appreciate. Don has to get up early. Or what do you get at 4 or 4:30?
4.
Yeah.
Generally. Last week I was so tired I got up at 5. I mean, I slept an extra hour.
How was that?
Oh, it was great. It was all I could hope it would be.
Was it?
Because I convinced myself.
You didn't lay there feeling guilty or worried that you weren't going to wake up?
No.
That's what I would do.
I've pretty much lately been waking up 5 minutes before the alarm every day.
He can do this.
Ridiculous.
He does this thing where he goes to sleep and he sets a timer for 15 minutes. I don't know how he does that, because if I try that, I'm like, okay, if I fall asleep right now, I can get 13 minutes. If I fall asleep right now, I can get 9 minutes. And that's the entire thing.
Well,
I can't.
so my mother's from Argentina, and her father's from Spain, and her mother's from Italy. And in Argentina, they're big fans of siesta. And so in the afternoon, when I visited in 1980 was the last time I visited Argentina. But my uncle's company, he owned a muffler factory and muffler installation factory shop. And we would come home late in the afternoon and have a siesta. It was like an hour. And you talk about getting a good nap.
And you feel good after a nap?
I
felt terrible after a nap.
Yeah, a good 15-minute. Now, where I used to work, I had an hour lunch, and so I'd eat my lunch in 15 minutes, and then I had a 45-minute nap in the car with the AC going.
You guys feel good after, like if you lay down for a nap? Do you feel well when you? I feel like death when I wake up. I feel worse than I did when I lay down, and I feel like, that drugged. I think because an hour is just long enough for me to get into the drugged coma sleep. And then I don't wake up well, even after a full night's sleep. I wake up, if you tell me stuff, I'm not going to remember. Don's always laying stuff on me pre-coffee.
Yeah, and then she always says, I haven't had my coffee.
I don't remember that. I feel like you're scrunching.
I'm trying to
stick your chest out.
Hi, guys.
Moves. Get your moves out there.
So, but like for me, get my moves on.
Your moves. Your man boobs.
Oh,
not
what?
Moves.
No, I thought you said
moves.
No, stop it. That's disgusting.
Moves.
We're not talking about moves.
Your breasticles.
So talking about breaks. So So what I do is I eat most of my lunch at my morning break, and then my lunchtime is my nap time. And so I eat only 5 minutes for lunch, and then I take the rest of the half hour to we have a lounge
The lounge. I don't know what's going on in the lounge.
And so in our lounge, you got a recliner, and I take my boots off. So we're required, since I work with heavy equipment, we're required to wear steel-toed boots, and those things I feel like you're wearing concrete blocks. I mean, good night. I mean, maybe I wouldn't have felt it so much when I was 30, but at 62, it feels like I got concrete blocks on my feet. So it's so nice to get those boots off for even 15 minutes. Put your feet up, and and then my feet have like a reset. They feel like, oh, it's almost like 7 o'clock in the morning.
Just think if you had some jelly in your special hat.
Oh, that would be very good. Yes, jelly in the hat.
The special hat would definitely make the nap better.
I'm sure. What was her name again?
Liz.
Liz would not
Get
appreciate us putting that as a hat.
You've got a better head for a hat than I do.
Well, you've got your.
I don't know. That's pretty cute.
You've got your bouffant back here.
Yeah, my bouffant is sticking out. I mean, a pretty little red tank top with some black shorts.
Yeah, it's stylish.
It is stylish.
I like that she made.
I actually am liking it.
Yes,
the more I wear it.
I'm telling you, I think she made a 2-function unit there. I mean, you can
do.
A microwave pot holder and a headpiece.
Okay, yes or no, the hat on me. Just Y or N in the chat. Gypsy Princess says, I usually don't feel well after a nap, but you still tried. See, that's the kind of viewers I have. Viewers that keep trying. You have to get up at the crack of stupid, Enlighten says. My dad used to, no, not my dad, my drill sergeant used to call it the ass crack of dawn. You guys better get to sleep in there. You're going to be getting up at the ass crack of dawn. I thought that was very irreverent.
Yeah, it was.
But, he was a drill sergeant.
But they kind of are wired differently.
He delighted in throwing the trash can down the aisle in the morning to wake us up.
It got you up, didn't it?
It did. It'll wake you right up.
I'm sure you didn't say.
Look, Tennessee woman, the hats, she likes it on me. Do you like it on Don as well, or is it?
I'm sure.
I think the little puffy
color.
Hair helps.
It's more your color.
Do you think so?
Yes, it looks great.
I think we just didn't have it on you.
You just wear it well.
Well, that's true.
You're definitely
a head for a hat.
A style maven. Is that the right word? Style maven.
Style maven. Yeah, it just makes you look like a little old granny.
Children, today I'm going to teach you what we did back in the Depression. In '29, we had the big crash.
His dad used to work at a turkey farm.
Yes.
When he was a kid.
With thousands of
Keep
turkeys.
wearing it, Penny. I'm canning beets, so I'm putting you in my pocket and won't be able to see. But just knowing you have, if I'm helping with beets. Gypsy Princess, if you would like to send some canned beets, I'm happy to give you my email address. My email is in the thing. Just email me, and I'll tell you. I've always wanted to try
real
beets. I juice them all the time. I juice them with oranges and a little bit of lemon. I can't remember what else goes in that. Sometimes I'll put some protein powder in it, but
I think it's great.
I do. I think I'm digging the hat the more I wear it.
I'm sure Liz, she tunes in. And
maybe Liz will tune in and she'll see me wearing
what in the world is
her pot clothing. I didn't even know there was. We're gonna get beets. I don't know what are they're cooked, right? If you're canning them, I'm guessing.
Sure.
I don't even know how you cook.
Maybe they blanch them. Because my dad used to blanch like corn and all kinds of stuff. So it's not like you cook it all the way through. You just heat it up enough where when you freeze it, it preserves it.
I love frozen peas and corn. I like to eat them frozen.
My dad had those big Dutch ovens or those big containers, on the stove and just blanch all the corn.
His dad worked at a turkey farm.
Yes.
Okay. So his dad worked at this turkey farm, and his dad is telling me this story. We're planning our wedding, and Dad is staying with us because it's like the next day or something. So Dad drives in. It's making me hot. It's a warm,
softish,
warm
sweet,
hat.
Cloves and cinnamon.
Softish, sweet. Oh, I want to try those so bad.
That sounds good.
I was gonna roast some because I wanted to try beets, but I didn't. I just don't. It's messy. I don't know how to do it. I feel very inept. Lots of things I can do, but anyway. Dad was working at this turkey farm, and he's telling me this story. So Don, while Dad is telling me the story, is sitting there, and he's working on music for the wedding. That's the camera, in case you wonder. You don't have to just stare at it, but just you asked where it was.
I knew where it was.
Oh, did you?
I can't stop looking at the monitor.
So Dad grew. What year was Dad born?
1926.
1926. So he's a teenager, I'm guessing, maybe younger, working at this turkey farm, and he tells me this story. That he walks up and there are some girls sitting there and they're spinning this bottle around, right? And Dad doesn't know what that is. And so they spin the bottle and the bottle lands on him. And this cute teenage girl gets up and kisses him. And it was the only kiss he'd ever had besides mom. Yeah. And so he described physically what the kiss did to him.
Oh no.
With a hand gesture.
Do you have to tell this?
And I'm sitting there, he was a Methodist minister. I'd never heard him say anything even slightly shocking. And so he's like, yep, I walked over like this and I walked back.
Oh my gosh.
I almost fall out of the chair. Don just barely looks up. So it gets to be later in the day and I said, did you see what your dad said? He's like, what, about the turkey? I'm like, did you see the arm gesture? That was the whole thing. If you didn't see the arm gesture, you missed the one incidence of your dad being inappropriate.
Donald Sr.
It was so funny.
He definitely had a sense of humor. Oh my goodness.
I think I don't. It's so funny that he would say that to me too, because he's very proper.
Yeah. I think after once because he was 91 when he passed away, and once you get past your 80s, you're like, yeah, I think my filters.
Yeah, this is true.
Opened up a little.
But he was still sharp. Like I've taken care of older people in nursing homes, older men especially. Not nursing homes, but like in the hospital. They've kind of gotten this idea that they're older and they can get away with more than they can get away with all the things they wanted to get away with when they were in your 20s. So, you lean over to listen to their lung sounds on the left and they grab your boob and you're like, all right, that's your one freebie, no more. Some of the girls would get super offended. I'm like, he's 93. He's on his way out. I mean, one boob grab. I mean, I don't enjoy it, but I don't know. I have a hard time being mad at some little old guy who's kind of sweetly confused. You've got your confused people that'll fight you. You've got your confused people that like the one lady that would just sit in the hall and yell, I want a drink of water. I want a drink of water. And she couldn't drink water because she would choke. And so she just did that 24 hours a day. And then you got your sweet little old guys, the pervs kind of coming out in them. And, and they grab your boob when you bend over. Have you ever experienced anything like that? No,
nobody's grabbed my boob. I remember.
See? Well, it could have been very good.
Maybe twice, because you work with guys, they do all manner of.
That's true. You've got the one friend that keeps flipping you off at work.
Yeah, it's all in love.
It is in love. I think he really likes you a lot.
He's my friend. Yeah, it's 8 months I've been there now, and he's my friend. Yeah,
they're our friends. They just flip each other off all the time.
Friend that flips me off.
Rodney, you're new in the chat. Today I had a Reiki session and completely connected to the creator and spoke light language. Very cool. I believe I was supposed to see your video today. So aligned. I feel like I'm really going to be letting you down, Rodney. Oh my goodness. I was practically raised in a nursing home. My father was management maintenance at nursing homes since I was born. Wow. My kids, when we worked at a camp, there's a camp up in Annandale, Minnesota called Camp Friendship, and I charge nursed there for a summer. And so I had 8 or 9, I guess, nursing students under me. And we would take in a new group of campers each week, and they'd be kids with various levels of challenges. But one week was in Minnesota, the nursing homes in this area would close down. They would all take their vacation at the same time, and they would send all of their confused residents to camp in the woods because confused people love that. And so I'm there with my kids who are young, like primary school. And, some guy just walks out onto the porch in his underwear and down to breakfast. And Laura's like, oh my gosh, that guy's in his underwear. And I'm like, yeah, they're old and confused. It's okay. And then another time I'm in and I'm flushing a feeding tube. And Laura walks into the guy trying to pull his pants down. And I feel like my kids got quite a bit of education that summer. They
had an eye-opening experience there.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
We had some fun kids, though. We had, some kids with Downs. And if I had to pick a difference for my kid to have, that would probably be the one, because they're very funny and lovable and musical. And I don't mean they're in a pejorative sense. But just dancing and funny and carrying on and full of themselves. We had one guy that was diabetic and had Down syndrome, and he would always pretend to be going into a diabetic coma if he didn't want to do something.
Oh,
so you'd say, okay, I don't remember his name, Mike, get your shoes on, and he's like, oh,
geez,
coma. He would announce it, coma, yeah.
Yeah, he'd always say coma.
I'm like, I'm not buying it, Mike. You got to put your shoes on, buddy.
I did like how affirmative they were when Jacob trying to learn how
Yeah.
to ride the bike,
Yeah.
and then the one young man that told Jake he could.
Yeah, I don't think I've told that story. So we were at that camp, and Jacob, my youngest, was born premature, and had some muscle coordination issues. And you'd never know it now. He's what, 6'4", 6'5"?
Yeah,
He's tall.
up there.
But anyway, he was due May 5th, which is my oldest son's birthday, and he was born March 15th. So anyway, I had been trying to teach Jake to ride a bike, and I would stand behind it. You know, his biggest fear was falling. And so I'd stand behind the bike and I would lean it to the left and say, foot down, lean it to the right, foot down. So he'd know what to do if the bike started to lean. Because I'm like, if he knows what to do in case the bike starts to topple, maybe he won't be so scared.
Sure.
And so we did that. And then I would go up and down the street with him, and he was scared I was going to let go. And I'd say, Jacob Wilson, God does not give us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and sound mind. And I'm like, say it. And he's like, God does not give us a spirit of fear, but of power. He's just petrified, screaming it. So he did not figure out how to ride a bike in that summer. So the next summer came, he was probably 8. And there was a bike garage. We went to work at this camp, and there was a bike garage, and they told us we could pick any bike we wanted. And they had lots of trikes, and bikes with training wheels and all kinds of things, and little bikes with sidecars. And I figured he would grab one of those, but he grabbed a 2-wheeler. And I'm like, Jake, they've got, bikes that have 3 wheels. It might be a little bit easier to ride. And he's like, I'm not riding a baby bike. I'm not a baby. I can ride a bike. And so he gets this 2-wheeled bike. We're up on this hill where the bike garage is. And Jake decides he's going to ride down that hill, which is like the stupidest thing ever. So he rides down the hill and he crashes. Well, there were a bunch of campers there for respite that were, young adults, like 20-somethings. And they all came out when they saw Jacob going down the hill, and they saw him fall. And this guy has a lot of trouble with ambulation. He's, walks with a really pronounced limp, like one of his legs is quite a bit longer than the other, and just kind of bent over, looked like he might fall. He goes over to Jake and he helps him up off the ground, and he picks up Jake's bike and he grabs Jake by the shoulders, and he said, you have to believe you can do it. And he said, my name's Bobby, or whatever his name was. And Jake said, my name's Jake. And he's like, Jake, if you believe you can do it, you will do it. And Jake gets up on that bike and he takes off, and he's flying, and everybody's losing their minds. They're cheering. All these people are jumping up and down and screaming, Jake, Jake, go, Jake. And Jake looks behind to wave to me and runs headlong into a tree. Rides right up the tree and then over. But it was the coolest thing, because that was the first day he rode a bike, and he did it, and he's been able to ride ever since. And all because of this guy, who know nothing but struggle in every basic, milestone you hit in life. And I just thought it was so sweet that, that he shared that encouragement with Jake. But anyway, just one of our cool stories. Hi, AJ. So nice to see you both. And we're matching. I didn't even know we were matching. But we are.
Yeah, you have good taste.
I know I do, don't I? Okay, so I've got some stories to go over with you guys. I don't know if they're going to pop up or not, but I wanted to do this one first. Let me see if I can get these up.
Did you check and make sure they can hear you well clearly?
Yeah, I'll have to see if you guys can hear me while I'm looking at them. Oh, what do we do if we can't? I guess I'll have to unshare the screen. Okay, guys, I'm going to share a screen. Let me know if you can hear or not. This one. Go over here. Like that. Like that. Okay. So can you guys hear me? Give me a yes or no. Check, check, check. Hoping you can hear. I'd sing, but nobody wants that. Don should sing. Maybe I sing, Don. Give me a thumbs up if you guys can hear, and I'll go on with this. Of course, if you can't hear me, how are you going to give me a thumbs up? Can still see and hear.
Yay, it works.
Yay, we figured it out. Okay. So this is from Dr. Peter McCullough, Serious Neurological Syndromes After COVID-19 Vaccination. Published studies accumulate and point to specific spike protein syndrome that may have struck Jamie Foxx. Recently, Jamie Foxx appeared after 3 months of silence. He was pale, lost weight, described having tubes, probably endotracheal, and feeding tubes, and had lost his nasolabial fold on the left face, a telltale sign of alleged COVID-19 vaccine-induced stroke. The occipitofrontalis tone was lost, and I noticed his shirt was buttoned up to the very top, unusual for Fox, possibly to cover up a tracheostomy stoma. Let's hope Fox's family and his agents develop the collective courage to tell his fans about the COVID-19 vaccine, which he said he did get and that he didn't want to get. He had to do it for a job. What actually happened to him, not for his sake, but to help warn others. So here they're showing you this nasolabial fold. His is flattened out. You can see here he's got a decent crease. He definitely has lost weight. These occipitofrontalis tone is the tone between the eyes. When you're making expression, he shows his shirt all buttoned up. The published papers on both central and neurologic syndromes continues to mount, and patients like Fox may have had several components of syndromes, including both ischemic, which is bleeding, blocking of oxygen, and hemorrhagic, which is a bleeding stroke with encephalitis or seizures. There appear to be no limit to the diversity of symptoms and clinical features. And then he just talks a little bit about the COVID vaccines and some of this. But the reason I show you this is because I wanted to show you this video of Jamie. Hi, Eileen. Okay. Hopefully.
First of all, I want to say thank you to everybody that's prayed, man, and sent me messages. I cannot even begin to tell you how far it took me and how it brought me back. I went through something that I thought I would never ever go through. And I know a lot of people were waiting, or wanting to hear updates, but to be honest with you, I just didn't want you to see me like that, man. I want you to see me laughing, having a good time, partying, cracking a joke, doing a movie, television show. I didn't want you to see me with tubes running out of me and trying to figure out if I was gonna make it through. And to be honest with you, my sister Deidre Dixon, my daughter Corinne Marie saved my life. So to them, to God, to a lot of great medical people, I'm able to leave you this video. I cannot tell you how great it feels to have your family kick in such a way. And y'all know they kept it airtight. They didn't let nothing out. They protected me. And that's what I hope that everyone could have in moments like these. Now, by being quiet, sometimes things, get out of hand. People saying what I got. Some people said I was blind, but as you can see, the eyes are working. The eyes are working just fine. Said I was paralyzed. I'm not paralyzed. But I did go through, I went to hell and back. And my road to recovery had some potholes as well. But I'm coming back, and I'm able to work. So I want to thank the people that let me work. And I just want to say that I love everybody, and I love all of the love that I got.
Oh.
And man, I know they talk about people crying on videos. You could do take two, but I'm not gonna do a take two. It is what it is. And if you see me out from now on, and every once in a while I just burst into tears, is because it's been tough, man. I was sick, man, but now I got my legs under me, so you're gonna see me out. But like I said, I just want you to remember me for the jokes that I crack, the movies that I make. Some of them good, some of them ain't. I think I got a good one out. And the songs that I sing, man. And then, some people were talking about I'm clone. Well, check this out. Just kidding you. Not clone, man, but I'm here on earth because of some great people. I'm here on earth because of God, man. So I love all y'all. I just wanted to jump on here and let you know that I'm on my way back in love.
That's awesome. I'm just so pleased to see him back and doing well. There is, he talked about if you're out and you see him just burst into tears. That is something that people go through after neurological injury, sometimes a head injury or a stroke. They'll go through this where they express emotion at inappropriate times. That seemed appropriate to me. He was choked up talking about his recovery. But sometimes you'll see them laugh or get angry, or you mess with the brain, and there's a lot that can happen with your emotions, and hopefully that'll get better with time for him, that he's not just bursting into tears out of nowhere. I would say, even for me, I'm definitely more emotional since being in comas and having a near-death experience. I'm a lot more likely to get teary or weepy, or be obviously emotional where I wasn't before. And I do think there is something to that, to neurologically what happens, but it's always been appropriate for me. I don't think I ever had issues where I got weirdly emotional for wrong reasons. Just more emotional than typical. Rodney says that moment was meant to be for Jake. It will help him for the rest of his life. Yeah, definitely. Jake was so excited, you guys, to get the Give, Send, Go money for the vehicle. If we could just get the people at the dealership, we need to move it to the next place so that we can get it fixed. But the dealership that it's at, for some reason, cannot finalize that diagnostics bill so that we can pay it and get his car moved. But Don's got it worked out to get it towed, and we're just really excited. And thank you so much to everybody that donated to that. We raised $4,000 in 8 days. We had an angel donor that came through with like $3,300. That just put us exactly at 4,000, and a friend of Tracy Beans. If you don't watch Uncover DC, please watch Uncover DC. And happy birthday to Tracy Beans.
Yes. Happy birthday, Tracy.
Happy birthday. I should call her because she hates being called. Will you hand me your phone? Or my phone? You don't have her number?
No, I don't.
We're going to call Tracy Beans. Tracy Beans hates nothing more than talking on the telephone. And so I'm going to make her talk on her phone, and I'm going to make her do it on her birthday. And she'll answer because she'll think something's wrong because we never call each other because both of us hate to talk on the phone. But let's corner her into a short interview. Let's hope she answers. Tracy Beans.
Make sure you tell her you got her on the air.
Oh.
Hello?
Tracy Beans?
Honey?
Hey, happy birthday. How the hell are you?
Thank you.
You're live on The World According to the Wittbrots, and my whole group just wanted to say happy birthday to you.
Oh, well, thank you, guys.
I figured you'd think I was dead or something because I was calling you.
Well, I knew you wouldn't be calling me if you were dead, but
That's
I did
true.
think there was something seriously wrong.
Yeah, that's what I told him. I said, she's going to think something's terribly wrong because we don't call each other ever.
Yeah, I wouldn't have picked up otherwise, but
Oh,
just like
that's
you
good.
wouldn't have, Penny.
No, if you called me, I'd pick up because I would think something was wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm like, oh my gosh, Tracy, are you okay?
And I'm like, yeah, I just wanted everyone to say hello to you.
Yeah, I did. Oh, look, they're all saying happy birthday. You're famous.
Oh, thanks, guys.
You're famous because you came on my show. You never saw that coming, did you?
That makes me smile.
Did you get your gifts yet?
I think they just got here. I have 2 boxes, and I know no one else loves me enough to send me something. So
Oh, well, you go enjoy your gifts. I just wanted to say hello and happy birthday.
thank you guys so much. I love you.
Okay.
And yes, I will open them and then likely text you and not call you and tell you how great they are.
All right, I
Happy
love
birthday.
it. Happy birthday, sweetheart.
Thanks, guys.
Bye. I love you.
Bye.
I love you too. Bye-bye.
Look at that. Famous people. We've got Don. We've got Tracy Beans. I mean, why go anywhere
I'm telling
else?
you.
I mean, other than to see Tracy Beans when I'm not on.
Definite A-listers for sure.
I know, right? Who's next? We don't know. We don't know who might call next. We should call like Neil Fox. All the people that I now have their numbers are quaking. They're like, oh crap. She's going to start calling me during live streams.
Perfect.
Because usually I just call Don and say, hey, are you dressed? And he says no. Oh, hi, Vicky. Verbist of God. I don't know what that is. Very blessed of God. Okay. Oh, yeah, I remember you. That's me too. It has to be an emergency for me to talk on the phone. It is true. See, AJ gets Tracy. Do any of you guys like talking on the phone? I used to.
I like talking.
Do you?
Sure.
Yeah, you talk for hours on the phone.
Well, I just like people.
I know. He's weird that way. It's okay.
I mean, it's so enriching. I met a guy Friday who was hauling our big dumpsters at work, and he was hauling the big one for recycling metal. He works for a company here in my hometown, and I saw him, and I was like, I wanted to apologize to you for my coworkers who do not know how to properly load a dumpster. So out where I work, they will pile it a foot to 2 feet over the top of the dumpster. And then the poor driver has to deal with all this steel sticking up over, and he's got to move it down, sometimes climb in the dumpster and move this stuff all around. But had my coworkers put it in properly, he wouldn't have had to
Maybe
do
they'll
that.
see this show and they'll learn.
And so I was talking to him, and we just kind of hit it off. We talked for a little bit. Well, he introduced himself. He said his name's Bones. I just thought it's cool.
Bones.
It's like, Bo, you don't look like the guy from Star Trek. But
Maybe if you tell your coworkers that his name is Bones and like talk him up a little bit, make him sound like kind of a scary guy.
Yeah.
Bones was really upset about the dumpster being piled over the top. Bones said if he hurt himself, he didn't know what he might do to someone.
Oh my goodness.
And then
You always come up with these stories.
we should call Red Pill next. Zach?
Yeah, there you go.
I don't think
Does
Zach
Zach-
would answer if I
Does
called him.
Zach do a show on Sunday? He doesn't do anything on Sunday.
I don't think Zach. I think that Zach quit Sundays. He's doing Saturday nights, and then through the week at 5. Red Pill 78, and then he's got his different stuff on Badlands. Does a bunch of stuff on there. But anyway, we got to talk to Tracy. I feel like this is
Okay.
one of the best shows ever. Okay, hold on. We got more stuff here. We talked about this.
About Jamie Foxx. Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to have Don here for this one. He may
Oh,
not
this
stay for
one's-
the whole thing
yeah,
because he's
this
getting
one-
us ready
this
for.
one upsets me.
This one will upset Don though, so I put it first. Insanity. Biden regime proposes ban on sale of portable gas generators. Raising concerns for power outages. This is by Jim Hoft. If you can't hear, like, yell or I don't know, type in that you can't hear. Following a series of policy initiatives targeting everyday appliances such as gas stoves, air conditioners, water heaters, and dishwashers, the Biden regime now sets its sights on portable gas generators in the name of climate change. The U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission has proposed a policy that, if implemented, would pull nearly all existing portable gas generators
Ridiculous.
off the market. The proposal includes a strict policy that would trigger an automatic shutoff for generators when they reach a specified emission limit. Smaller gas generators would be required to reduce carbon monoxide emissions by 50%, while larger ones would face an even greater cut
Give me a
of
break.
up to 95%.
Give me a break.
The U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission has preliminarily determined that there is an unreasonable risk of injury and death. It's amazing we've lived this long, associated with acute carbon monoxide poisoning from portable generators. To address this hazard, the Commission proposes a rule under the Consumer Product Safety Act that limits CO emissions from portable generators and requires generators to shut off when specific emission levels are reached, according to the proposed policy. Given these parameters, it's predicted that nearly all models currently on the market will not be in compliance. If enacted, manufacturers could be compelled to comply within a 6-month time frame, a significantly expedited process from the usual years-long adjustment period. The affected generators, single-phase, 300-volt or lower, 60 hertz models equipped with receptacle outlets for AC output circuits and designed to be mobile. The engines of these portable generators are typically small spark ignition engines as classified by the EPA and are powered by gasoline, liquefied petroleum gas, or natural gas. Notably, the rule will not apply to permanent stationary generators, 50 hertz generators, marine generators, generators permanently mounted in wreck vehicles or motorhomes, vehicle-attached generators, generators with compression ignition engines. So what does it cover, Don?
Just the basic generators that most people would go buy during a power outage.
So like if,
You know,
if
you
we had
go-
an ice storm and you went to Lowe's.
which I have done that. I went to actually Home Depot and waited 10 hours in line to get a generator because the last time we had an ice storm, we were without power for 2 weeks.
Jeez.
At least in Lexington, they were.
Oh, I remember that.
So I bought one and I waited 10 hours because the semi that was delivering to Home Depot got stuck, and it was coming from Chicago and ended up, we stood there and sat there and everything in line waiting for these things. And,
Not even for
you know,
concert tickets.
and they were normally $400 and they were $650 or something like that.
So that would
So-
then be illegal, or it would
yeah,
shut
those,
off.
Those, they would either, they would only run for however long and then shut off. But
So if they have to reduce the emissions by what they say, 85.
95% on the big ones. And
Yeah, how long is that thing going to run?
Not very long. I don't know, but
So I guess the dead bodies putting off whatever fumes
it's
dead
just
bodies put off,
ridiculous.
that won't damage. Well, it only damaged the environment the one time. Whereas the
Unreasonable injury.
generator-
How many people have been injured or
I would like to
killed
know.
by these generators?
Here, you go ahead and talk. I'll look it up.
That it's just insane. We're turning into, not we, this current regime is turning into a very litigious and very regulation driven mentality, and it seems like there's no end in sight.
Okay, here we go. This is in its new report, Fatal Incidents Associated with Non-Fire Carbon Monoxide Poisoning from Engine-Driven Generators and Other Engine-Driven Tools, 2011 to 2021. CPSC estimates that about 85 consumers die in the U.S. each year from CO poisoning caused by gasoline-powered portable generators.
And I wonder of
How
those
many
85,
die of cold?
but I wonder of those 85, how many were intentionally?
Oh, well, there's that.
That's
How many people
all
die?
85. 85 out of 330 million is hardly.
Exposure.
What is the percentage?
Yeah, that doesn't, 85 over, what was it, 10 years? Or 85 a year. Okay, overall, a total of more than 19,000 Americans have died from cold-related causes since 1979, according to death certificates. This was in 2022. So, 10 years, we had 85. Since 1975, we've had 19,000 people die of cold. That's just in this country. Over a 30-year period, 1988, extreme heat and extreme cold both kill hundreds of people each year in the U.S. They differ sharply, blah, blah, blah. 1,300 extreme heat and extreme cold are both likely responsible for 1,300 deaths in cities containing a third of the U.S. population in a warming climate. I love how they don't separate it out, which is heat and which is cold. We're just going to put all those numbers together now. Tracy sent a thank you. I got her a coffee mug. She's had some people in her chats just being jerks to her. I mean, you would not believe. It's so funny because I have such a great group of people who chat. Like nobody's ever hateful or ugly. I mean, I had one person unsubscribe during a show, but she wasn't hateful or ugly about it. She just said she couldn't watch anymore, which, that's up to her. But anyway, people say horrible things to her in her chat. Like, Frank really knows how to do a show. He comes on here and actually talks about things that are interesting, not old news like Tracy, or, oh, look, Tracy finally decided to show up for her show because she took a week off for vacation. Anyway, total jerks. I'm going to show you what I got her, because I feel like sometimes it's okay to be a little passive aggressive. Would you agree, Don?
I would agree.
See, Don agrees, as long as I'm not passive aggressive to him, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I got her this mug that's really nice. It says, have a nice day,
Great.
but then we have a great day. But then when you tip it up, you get that, which I think some of her viewers have deserved. And then I got her another one. And this one says, when I dunk my cookies in my milk, I think of you and hold them under until the bubbles stop.
That's great.
And I thought that might make her feel a little better when people were being awful to her. And then I also got her a really cool button that I'm hoping it works. But I can't tell you that because she doesn't get that till Tuesday. In case she's watching, we don't want to give it away. Such an epic gift. Enlighten says, so they want to put a $500 catalytic converter
Yeah.
on an $800 generator. That's probably about right, isn't it?
Probably, yeah, it's crazy.
And
It's,
we've removed some catalytic converters in our day. Didn't we take a converter off something?
We've never done that.
You're lying. He's lying.
We've never done that. We've done a test pipe, and then we
Never took it off?
and then we reinstall.
We did. Huh.
Yes, we did.
It's funny, I don't remember it that way, but
It was definitely.
you're going to EPA jails where you're going.
Penny,
It's where you deserve to be,
stop.
in EPA jail. Husband bought one after we were out of electricity in our small town for over 8 hours. Wow. Taking it camping when we boondock.
Sure.
Yeah, we've talked about doing that. We've got a generator. Do we have a generator in the big RV?
We've got one here, yeah, in this
But we
thing.
can't move it.
No, it's bolted in permanently, and so it comes under that rule, grandfathered in.
It just gets really obnoxious. Like they even limit how much you can run them
yes.
at night.
And
And
I mean, I get it, but
but for cold camping, it wouldn't be bad because
Sure.
you'd have all your lights and stuff, and
sure.
you'd be able to charge your phone and whatever else you do that you shouldn't be doing when you're camping. I'm judging every one of you as I sit in an RV. All right.
On it today.
I am. Okay, fire damages Rand Paul's office. The Bowling Green Fire Department said crews responded to reports of smoke and flames coming from the Presbyterian Church on State Street at approximately 1:45 a.m. on Friday, July 21st. A short time later, more units were dispatched for a fire alarm in the 1000 block of State Street. When the firefighters arrived at the address of the alarm, they discovered a 2-story commercial structure with heavy flames and turbulent smoke. Due to the advanced stages of this fire and the type of occupancy, a second alarm was activated, which put additional units on the scene, the BGFD stated. This alarm also included a strike team knockout for off-duty personnel and a request to Richardsville and Alvaton fire departments to assist. Anyway,
That next sentence is weird.
it is.
Prior knowledge.
What? Stop it. So there's the picture of it. I think his office was destroyed, Rand Paul's office. And I don't think we had. Fire responders said they ended up using multiple hydrants because of the large amount of water needed to extinguish the flame. It weakened the roof. Parts of the walls collapsed.
Jeez.
Exterior walls weakening.
Yeah, that's done.
Yeah, that building's done, I think. So Rand will have to move. But luckily, nobody was there. Nobody got hurt.
No, I hope you didn't have any important papers that were irreplaceable in there.
Yeah,
Make
well,
sure
I would
the
think it
girls
would be
are-
on servers and stuff, wouldn't you? As of Saturday, they're still investigating the cause of the fire, adding that they will be working alongside the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. The thing is, if there was foul play, do we expect them to get to the bottom of it? I don't, especially when Rand Paul just referred Anthony Fauci for indictment again. So, I mean, that's not going to go anywhere, sadly. But, that is what it is. We'll see what happens with Rand there. The Oregon Department of Corrections ordered to provide taxpayer-funded sex change treatments for transgender pedophile. I mean, of all the things we could pay for, this is what gets me. This is, so I'm not all for paying everybody's student debt, but I'd rather pay that than pay for this. At least there would be some good coming from that. I think we waste a lot of money on things that we could use to help make it more doable for kids to go to college, especially kids. There's already help for kids that are lower income. Kids that are middle income, I mean, they end up eating most of that, or their families are middle income. And so it would be nice to give them some relief as opposed to doing things like this. The Oregon Department of Corrections has been ordered to provide sex change treatments for a convicted transgender pedophile. Joseph Daniel Nielsen, a biological male who now goes by Nova June Gaya, 38, was imprisoned for sexually abusing a young girl. Nielsen was arrested in Portland in 2018 for sexually assaulting the young child he was babysitting. Redux, who first reported the case, has withheld the child's relationship with the predator to protect their identity and dignity. On September 3rd, 2018, Gaya was watching over 2 children. I can't even read some of this. A boy and a girl at a home in Clackamas County. According to the police report obtained by Redux, while taking the girl to the bathroom, he did some inappropriate things that I'm not going to read. The girl would eventually disclose the abuse, and Gaia was visited by police less than 2 weeks later. During questioning, Gaia asserted that he had accidentally molested the girl while molested the child while playing with her. Bizarrely, Gaia claimed that the girl's pants and underwear had fallen off while they were play fighting, and that he had inadvertently touched her. More things. At the time of the arrest, Nielsen had a full beard and did not appear to be attempting to look like a woman in any way. However, in June of 2019, while awaiting sentencing, Nielsen suddenly decided he was transgender and submitted an inquiry to his jail asking when he would be transferred to Coffee Creek, the only women's prison in Oregon. Do you know how many women who are in prison have a history of sexual abuse? And to put them in with these men is just awful. The predator was convicted of 6 counts related to the molestation, including 1 count of felony sodomy and 1 count of sexual abuse in the first degree. Nielsen was sentenced to 24 years in prison, with his earliest possible release date being 2043. Redux obtained a 555-page inmate record associated with Gaia's incarceration history, which showed that the first and only time he mentioned his gender identity to prison officials was in October of 2019. Gaia filed an inmate grievance against a deputy alleging he had exposed to the entire prison block the style of feminine underwear Gaia had been wearing. The pedophile claimed that the deputy had severely endangered him and discriminated against my gender identity by revealing that he had requested women's underwear. The deputy loudly informed the entire block that, first, someone was wearing female underwear, then, second, that I was the one who had requested them. This very much endangered me and created bias, the pedophile wrote. I would think the fact that he's in jail for pedophilia is endangering him.
Sure.
And
you always hear that. I've heard it for 20 or 30 years.
Oh, yeah. That they kind of handle that there. Last year, he submitted a writ of habeas corpus claiming he was being denied gender-affirming care while imprisoned. In May of this year, Senior Judge Cheryl Pellegrini found that the Department of Corrections was in violation of the Oregon Constitution that prohibits prisoners from being treated with unnecessary rigor. Redux reports the Department of Corrections must now arrange for a variety of taxpayer-subsidized treatments for Gaia, including facial feminization surgery, tracheal shaving, breast augmentation, and electrolysis, and transfer Gaia if the procedures can't be carried out in his current county of incarceration. Nielsen is still housed in a male prison, which may change due to Pellegrini's ruling. What do you think? Do you think that that's stuff that we ought to be paying for with taxpayer dollars? I'm losing you. I cannot. I mean, these people are in jail for breaking the law, and they're getting
rewarded.
What is the word for that when you don't need the surgery? It's optional. It's what is that called, guys? Where you're having a surgery that, like, if you're having a facelift or something, it's not a necessary surgery. It's a elective. Good job. Since when do prison systems start paying for elective surgeries? Like, I've worked for hospitals that they don't cover your elective surgery. Even sometimes, like when my youngest, he fell on a bike that didn't have a pedal on it. So he tripped down the porch steps, fell on it, and the spoke was sticking out and it went into his cheek. And I wanted plastics to sew that up because it was on his face and our insurance wouldn't cover it. But now it's better. Now they will actually have plastics or somebody come sew that up so you don't have a horrible thing on your face, and it's not it's not considered something that the insurance wouldn't pay for. Yeah, elective, Patty. But yeah, I'm like, I don't think we should be paying for that. I don't think I think the safety of the women in prison, this person's a known pedophile who sexually assaulted a 12-year-old and 13-year-old children. So we're now going to pay for, I've got some elective surgery I'd like to have done. I lost 100 pounds. I'd like to have some extra skin removed. And, I nursed 3 babies. Maybe we could hoist the girls back into their original position. But my insurance is not going to pay for that. My employer wouldn't pay for it if I was working. I'm sure if I called Medicare and asked if my disability insurance covered, positioning my breasts like they used to be when back in the days when they saluted the sun pre-babies. I'm sure they would tell me no, that they don't cover that unless I didn't have boobs to begin with and wanted to have a set put in. I could get back boobs.
And that'd be cool.
Don's always wanted back boobs.
Yeah, actually
Both.
front and back.
Front and back. Where did you? We were talking about this the other day. Why?
Because I forget who it was that talked.
Are you
about it.
embarrassed?
No. Well, it's just I always thought it
let's
was
full screen that.
Yeah, I always thought it was my thing, and then I saw that someone mentioned it on Johnny Carson, probably when I was very young.
That was that's probably where you got the back boobs idea.
Bob Newhart. No, I don't know if I saw that show. I wasn't allowed to stay up and watch.
Carson.
Carson came on 11:30.
Yeah, that's true. I wasn't allowed to watch it either.
So I'm sure I didn't see that show when it was originally out.
But who was it that wanted them?
Bob Newhart. No, Bob
Newhart?
Bob Newhart did not want them. He was telling the story. It was a joke about aliens, off the planet aliens, not
like outer space aliens.
Yes. And so the joke was Martian women. So some guy, the way that goes is there was a Martian, or there was a astronaut from here that went to Mars and had met a Martian. And apparently, I think the Martian came back and was going to our clubs, to our bars, to see how our bars, equaled theirs or rivaled theirs. And he went there the first time, was kind of disappointed, and then had a drink, and then a couple weeks later went back, and he was real disappointed. And he goes, your women here there's just something wrong. He said, what do you mean? Because, well, in Mars, our women have back boobs, have boobs on their back, and
in the front.
I don't know if he said that, but and just without missing a beat, I think Bob Newhart said, and they said, well, dancing's fun. And I'm like,
makes a good point.
Bob Newhart, you just went up 10 points.
I know, who would think Bob Newhart?
Yeah.
Because he's such a
dry.
very dry humor.
Dry humor, but it was just funny to see him deliver that. And I saw that old clip on Johnny Carson, and I was like, I was the one that invented back boobs, not Bob Newhart, but apparently.
Well, if we ever do evolve to having back boobs, you guys will all have Don to thank.
Yes.
Because he's convinced it was his idea first.
Yes.
Good job, Dave.
Yes, and dancing will be just
a
whole new experience.
Look at the contribution you've made to society.
I can just imagine, and you can just hug your lady and.
He should get some kind of Nobel Prize or something for that.
Have a thrill at the same time.
I know, right? Liberty Bell says, I got mine reduced from double D, I'm guessing that is, to B, and insurance paid for it because of back pain. Sense. Yeah, breastfed both sons. Yeah, now they will pay for it. That's considered that's still considered elective, though.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on the insurance company, but I totally get it.
Yeah, sure.
Some women are very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I have spinal issues and all kinds of trouble because the girls have gone in triple D. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Well, we knew someone that had G, and she wanted to go all the way to a B, and the doctor said, we can't take you down to a B.
Yeah. No, they said it wouldn't look right. You have to wonder, like, are people like, man, if she were just a cup size bigger, that would look right.
Yeah.
How do you decide that?
I don't know.
I guess body shape and.
I'm so, at this point in life at 62, I like appreciating people for who they are, how they were built, how they were created,
Yeah, I agree.
I understand some people have something that bothers them and they want it fixed. I get that, but to say, you're not attractive because of this or that, I think is
when pregnant wore a cup size M, how far do these cup sizes go?
Yeah.
I had no idea they went up to M.
I don't know if I'd heard anything that far out. Her G.
Don's got just one.
Yeah.
He's got a file in his brain that just stores all of that.
There's a reason, and I won't discuss it on here, but there's a reason why I have a file.
So we'll go on to the next thing.
In my head. Now, I don't have an actual written file.
You don't, do you?
Well, I actually do in the phone, but anyway.
Oh my gosh. We may need to explore this further.
No, we will not. Okay, so the next story.
Okay. Hey, everyone, please be sure to press hi, Nexit. the like button, follow this channel, and support the creator. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
That's
Thank
great.
you,
Hi, Nexit.
Nexit, my volunteer moderator. I love it. Now we know that Don has a secret boob file.
Bought bra and made in Texas where everything is made.
I'm going to
Yes.
be investigating that.
Liberty Bell. And thank you for sharing.
Look
that.
at he's suddenly very
I'm
interested in the comments section.
I'm planning a trip to Texas very soon with my dear wife, so
You are?
we can do the boob tour.
We're going to Texas?
For the boob tour.
What's the boob tour in
Because she
Texas?
said bras made
I bought
in
bra
Texas
made
where
in
everything
Texas
is
where
big.
everything is big.
Yeah, she's smiling. So I was like, okay, never really thought about it.
I
that way.
just cannot see me going to Texas for bra shopping. I lived in Texas. I'm sure I bought bras there before.
Yeah, but and bra shopping with me is quite fun, actually.
Yeah, you are helpful.
I'm very
Since I got a
happy
bum
about
shoulder, I drag him in with me, and I always wonder what the people think we're up to in there.
that. So
We're just
married.
putting on bras.
It's all good.
Yeah, he's seen it. It's not the thrill it used to be, I'm sure.
No, that's not.
Okay, well, it is the thrill it used to be. We're moving on
We're
to
moving on to illegal immigrant kids with whatever that is right there. You stir this stuff up, young lady.
this is why I have you on the
Recording?
show.
What is this recording?
It's recording the show, so I have a recording afterwards. Illegal immigrant kids with tuberculosis infections released into 44 states.
Wow.
You thought COVID was bad. This is by Stephen Dinan from the Washington Times. The government is releasing thousands of illegal immigrant children with latent tuberculosis infections into American communities without assurances of treatment. Nearly 2,500 children with latent infections were released into 44 states over the past year, according to a court-ordered report on how the Health and Human Services Department is treating the children. About 126,000 total were released, indicating an infection rate of 1 in 50 migrant children. The government says it can't treat the children because they are in custody for a short time, and treatment requires 3 to 9 months.
Wow.
HHS releases infected children to sponsors and notifies local health authorities in the hope that they can arrange for treatment before the latent infection becomes active. If you are releasing them to a sponsor, you should be able to require that the sponsor take them for treatment and complete the treatment and provide documentation.
Sure.
I have legal guardianship over my brother, and if there is some medical procedure needed, they don't just trust that I'm doing it. I have to provide documentation of that. But apparently these sponsors, they keep losing kids. What are we up to? 100,000? I think it's more than that, 100,000 missing migrant children. Those hopes are often dashed. Local health officials say the notifications are infrequent and the child has often already arrived when they are told about a case in their jurisdiction. We do not know how often the sponsors follow through on treatment, the Virginia Department of Health told the Washington Times in a statement. By the time outreach takes place, the child has sometimes moved to another area or state. Why? Why are they moving from their sponsor? Very strange. The Times reached out to HHS for this report. The children in the department's custody, known in government speak as unaccompanied alien children, or UACs, are a particular tricky population. Under the law, Homeland Security must discharge most children quickly and send them to HHS. The department holds the children in government-contracted shelters while searching for sponsors to take in the children caught at the border without parents. The system is fraught with problems, including crowded shelters and struggles to find capable and conscientious sponsors. In thousands of cases, the government quickly loses track of the children. That makes the government's release of children with latent infections all the more complicated. Treatment requires knowing where the children are and having sponsors willing to follow through on the lengthy course of care. Tuberculosis isn't the only disease that's challenging. Yeah, latent tuberculosis. So that child has, when they give them a TB skin test, that TB skin test is coming up positive. And I don't know if they're following that up with x-rays. I'm guessing they are because they can see that there's a latent infection. And so generally we have to use a antibiotic combination. A lot of these tuberculosis cases can be resistant because a child is started on medication or a person is, and they don't finish the course of treatment. By moving, they mean trafficked. Exactly, Patty. And, so now if you're trafficking these children, they're putting them to work in places that children should not, slaughterhouses, all kinds of different things. Many if you'll look, many of the states are lowering their age to be able to work for this reason. So these kids can get jobs to pay off the people who've trafficked them. But, just imagine tuberculosis breaking out in the country again. We've not had tuberculosis in a really not widespread. There used to be a lot of tuberculosis, and there was still a tuberculosis hospital in Hawaii when I was still in nursing school, but I don't know if they've since gotten pretty much everybody resolved. But yeah, I would think as freaked out, and as sure they all were that we were all going to die and no one should be allowed to leave their home and everyone should be wearing a mask. They don't seem very worried about our health when they're releasing, what was it, 1 in 10 kids with latent tuberculosis. Hold on, what was the number? 1 in 50 migrant kids has latent tuberculosis. So yeah, 126,000 kids just wandering around with latent TB, going to school with other kids, being in contact with the elderly, different people who might be immune compromised. That's actually a pretty big problem that we might want to get a handle on.
And it's the same old thing. It's funding. It's just lack of infrastructure to handle it, all those things.
On a similar note, the Washington Post, tuberculosis in prisons goes undetected at alarming rates, global data shows. This is by what is that name?
Ara L.
Yarber. Oh, I was really scared to scroll down that page. I thought they were going to be mooning. Did you think they were going to be mooning?
I wasn't sure what that picture was going to be.
Men are transported via cargo truck to a detention center in El Salvador on October 7th. The study suggested that prison overcrowding was related to the prevalence of TB. In the first global assessment of tuberculosis rates in prisons, researchers estimate that nearly half of the infections go unnoticed, making prisoners nearly 10 times more likely to develop the potentially fatal disease than the overall global population. I think being in prison is a double punishment, said Alberto Garcia Bastero, an associate research professor at Barcelona Institute for Global Health, who was not involved in the study. One, being deprived of liberty, and second, being exposed to several diseases. TB is an infectious disease caused by a bacterium, Mycobacterium tuberculosis, which can spread from one person to another through the air. It usually affects the lungs, but can spread to other areas of the body, including the spine, kidneys, and brain. TB is highly contagious, especially in crowded or confined environments, and without treatment, it can be deadly. Due to the scarcity of TB data among prisoners worldwide, researchers developed a model, always be cautious with models, to estimate annual rates at the national, regional, and global levels across 193 countries. The model is based on several data sets, including TB prevalence and incidence from published research and countries' federal agencies, as well as the annual number of people incarcerated in each country between 2000 and 2019. The study, published in the Lancet Public Health, estimates a total of 125,105 new cases of TB among 11 million prisoners worldwide in 2019, with only 53% being diagnosed. The proportion of undiagnosed prisoners was higher than I expected, said Leonard Martinez, lead author and an epidemiologist at Boston University, indicating the urgent need for health organizations around the world to increase efforts to curb TB spread. This is probably among the highest rates of TB among any vulnerable population that we know of. In the U.S., TB is not the top 25 or 30 concerns on any prison doctor's mind, said Elise Wursell, a correctional medicine physician at 6 local jails in Boston and an infectious disease physician at Tufts Medical Center. This is primarily because of strict screening and testing measures that have been enforced for decades. However, TB will be fueled in prisons or jails in countries with weak public health infrastructure and high levels of poverty. Well, my concern would be people who come here from other countries who end up incarcerated. What are they carrying? Are they TB tested when it sounds like there's some kind of testing going on when people cross the border, or at least children, because we have some numbers for them. But what about all the gotaways? What about, people, we had an outbreak of polio in New York, and that person had traveled to Poland. And we know that there's still polio in Ukraine, Afghanistan. I can't think of where else. Every once in a while, you'll get a vaccine-derived case from the oral polio vaccine in Africa or someplace like that. But anyway, we've had a polio case. We've now got local spread of malaria, which is people that live in the States contracting it from a mosquito in the States, and then another mosquito bites them and transmits it to someone else. So we now have local malaria spread. We've had this polio outbreak. We've had monkeypox. We've had COVID. We've had a horrible RSV season, I think, because in part, when you look at the data on the vaccines in kids, it showed that kids that were vaccinated were more likely to have a severe RSV infection. Were more likely to have things like encephalitis if they caught something else. So kids that would normally get sick with RSV, sure, but getting extremely sick because of what the vaccines have done to their immune system. And, I really we've been talking about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And I said, what I would really like to see him do is I would like to see him be put as head over the FDA or HHS, but I think FDA specifically, because we need somebody who is not bought to go after these drug companies to get these placebo-controlled trials done. I was watching a show the other day, and they were talking about the RFK thing and about these placebo-controlled trials. I think it was Redacted News, and they were talking about the placebo, and he was saying there aren't any standardized placebo pre-licensure placebo-controlled studies in any vaccines. And the lady on the show was arguing, the town hall meeting, I can't think of her name, I think she's from ABC, was arguing with him and saying, yes, it says so right on the FDA's website, which it does not, because he sued them to get the information, and they had to admit there was no information on pre-licensure placebo-controlled studies because none had been done. And these have been supposed to be done since Reagan removed the liability from the drug companies because they were going to stop making vaccines because they were getting sued left and right for injuries. So Ronald Reagan's like, okay, the government will take it on, but then the government will be responsible for testing, giving meetings, doing pressers, and they've never, not once, done anything that they were supposed to do in that agreement other than lockstep with Big Pharma and push through whatever they want without making sure these things are done. And so I had pointed out to the folks on Redacted News, I think a lot of people, when they see a placebo-controlled trial, think, so if I'm in the test group and you're in the placebo group, I get a shot of, say, the COVID vaccine, and they think that you get a shot of saline. We find that sometimes they're given another vaccine, like a meningitis vaccine. And the justification for that is, well, if they didn't have any symptoms, they didn't feel achy or whatever, then they would immediately know that they weren't in the drug group. So in order to avoid unblinding the study by the patient figuring out they haven't had the drug, then we have to give them a different vaccine. Well, the meningitis vaccine has a lot of side effects in and of itself. And so when you do that as your placebo and you compare it to this drug, these side effects don't stand out as much because this placebo group, and it's funny, I was surprised that more people didn't know that. I thought, don't people go through and say, wow, that seems like a whole lot of heart attacks in a placebo group? Well, it's because it's not a true placebo. The only time I know of that drug companies will even tell you, well, even then they don't want to tell you, but they don't have to tell you what they used for a placebo. The placebo can be whatever they want. So, and we've talked about this before, if they're doing a new drug like Ozempic, which is causing people to lose all this weight, aka losing muscle mass, when they do their controlled trials on that and they have a placebo group, that placebo is true placebo, which it shouldn't be. If you've got a drug for an illness that has many existing safe drugs, then you should be comparing it against the drugs that we have that are known safe, known effective, to see if it's really any better. Because it's $1,200 a month, if not more. Why would you not see if it's any better than what we already have? No, they test that against a true placebo so that it looks like it's incredible. Everybody comes off their metformin or whatever drug they've been on that's been working for years, and is known to be relatively safe. And they go on this new Ozempic because they're a little overweight or whatever and lose their muscle mass. And there you go. Your heart's a muscle. You have all kinds of things run by muscles in your body, not just your limbs. So something great to be aware of if you're looking at Ozempic for weight loss. It's all big among the Hollywood rich and famous.
Sure.
And they're also using this drug called, it's like clenbuterol or something like that. It is it's a bronchodilator for horses, and they're using it for weight loss. The same crowd who made fun of everybody for ivermectin is using, I think that's what it's called, clenbuterol, something like that. Anyway, they're using it for weight loss because it jacks up your heart rate. If you've ever taken albuterol, same principle, but on a horse scale. So these people don't get to tell me anything. They can pound sand. Okay, we finished that one. And we finished that one. And not that one. All right. Are you leaving me?
Yes.
We're throwing him out. He's got work to do.
Yeah.
There will be no relaxing for you.
Getting the camper ready. So
did Let's Get Sewing show up yet? She did not. I'll have to send her a thank you.
Yeah.
And model the hat for her in a picture.
Yes.
Yes. Well, thank you for joining us, Mr.
Sure.
Wittbrodt.
It was very fun.
Did you have anything else to say about tuberculosis, generators,
Oh my.
pedophiles?
No, I think the key is with anything is check the sources. Check, don't just take one story and run with it, because I've been guilty of that myself. And then I look into it and I was like, oh, they kind of misquote the numbers sometimes. It just depends on what narrative they're trying to get out of it. So
Sure.
and that's what I like, that you try to check multiple sources before you just run with the story. So
I did want to tell one Don and Penny story before Don leaves. So one time when I lived in Berea, there was this business there, and it was only open on Friday and Saturday nights. And it wasn't open to the general public. It was only open to, we didn't know who, but it wasn't us, right? And so I kept asking Don, I'm like, what do you think's going on up there? The blinds are always pulled. You never know what's in there. They bought a little place in a strip mall where like a carpet store or something used to be.
And it was always like, I think Friday night, was it the big
Friday
night?
and Saturday night.
Friday and Saturday night was the big night. Cars everywhere, but all the windows they had, I think, the vertical slats or something, and they were always closed. You couldn't see what was going on in there. It was all very secretive.
And it was driving me crazy. And so I told Don, I'm like, just pull in there. And he's like, no, I don't think we should. He's very much a rule follower. Not so much. So because I just wanted to know what is going on in there. So we get out of the car, and he's like where he gets out of the car, he's like the next store over. And I'm already at the window at this store, right? So I'm trying to peer between this little space and the blinds. And all of a sudden I hear this man's voice behind me. Can I help you? And I look, Don's gone. He's in the car. He leaves me. You left me.
I blew it. Okay.
You totally blew it. You totally blew it. So the guy is like, can I help you? And I immediately have to, and Don is not good.
I'm not fast on my feet.
You're not cool under fire.
Coming up with stories.
No. I, on the other hand, my father's daughter, I can come up with some BS on the spot.
She's brilliant.
And so I'm like, oh, I lost my little dog. And he's like, what kind of dog is it? And I don't remember what I said, but, Cocker Spaniel, I just made something up. And he's like, what's its name? I'm like, Susan. You have a Cocker Spaniel named Susan? I do have a Cocker Spaniel named Susan. I can't find her. And I thought maybe somebody might have taken her in there. I was going to knock on the door and see if you guys would let me look out back. I didn't want to startle anybody by being out behind your business. And he's like, yeah, let me go in around back. So he goes in the door. I try to go in the door next to him, and he pushes the door shut so that I can't get in. And I'm like, oh, they're up to something. I go back behind the building with this guy.
It wasn't my finest hour.
It wasn't your finest hour.
I mean, I admit, it was, I definitely was kind of lost some man points.
You did.
That
I deducted at least 150 man points.
I have since regained them.
Yes. Have you done anything brave to regain those?
Really? You told
There
me.
was the lap dance at the pastor's wedding.
Yeah, you told me that I gained so many points.
Yeah, he gets so many sexy points depending
Yeah.
on what sexiness he executes.
Yeah, so
I
just apologize for just.
We still don't know. We don't know what, but okay. So on the good note, I will tell the story of when we met. So I had been single for a very long time because I was horrible at picking men, and I decided it would just be better for me to sort me out. So I had been working. They're not going to tell.
Won't tell.
So I had been working on, just me, trying to figure me out. And I'm one of those people that likes to just open the Bible and read whatever page it flops open to because it's all good. And so I was doing that every day. And every day when I would open it, somewhere in that reading, there would be something about fish. And it got to be like this running joke with me and God. I'd open it and I'd read a little ways and they'd be fishing, or there was something about fish, and I would just kind of look up and crack up because this was this running joke that God and I had going on. And so one day, God kept pressing me. He's like, it's not good for you to be alone. I want you to be with somebody. This was before my near-death experience. You've just kind of shut yourself off from the world. And I kept telling God, no, I'm good. I have a lot of friends who would love to meet somebody, and I'm happy to give you their names. Maybe you could work with them. I'm not interested. And so one day I'm just sitting there at my computer doing whatever, and the phrase "plenty of fish" pops into my head, and I'm like, "Plenty of fish." So I type it in, and it's a dating website, which of course cracks me up. And I'm like, I'm not doing a dating website. I don't know who you think I am, Lord, but move on. I'm not doing that. And he just kept like, there was just this pressure. I'm like, okay, fine, I'll do it. This is stupid. So I write a profile that would run any half-wit off.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I'm freaked out by clowns. The shoes are terrifying. I don't know why they need such big shoes or such deep pockets, and why a man would want to wear that much makeup. I don't know, but they're creepy. You got to know this about me up front. Also terrified of holiday nutcrackers. And those were in there.
Yes.
I am not a hookup. If you are trying to get with somebody just to sleep with them, know that I don't do that unless I'm married to the person. So just move on. Well, for some reason, this spoke as a challenge to every man who wanted to hook up. Like now they're going to try and talk me into it. I don't know what would make them think I would like purposely put that in my profile and then veer from it. But maybe they have some luck.
Well, because some people say, yeah, she says that, but they don't really mean that.
Oh no, I really meant it.
No doesn't always mean no.
But I mean, why not go for the yes means yes?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of girls on there
It's
just for the hookup.
Crazy. So I would encourage you all, if you look at Plenty of Fish, please keep in mind, it's not. I don't think it's the finest place to meet.
Okay, so tell your story from your
these
side.
days.
So Don was on.
Yeah. So I was divorced in 2007 after being married 19 years. Married a wonderful lady. To this day, I don't say anything bad about her. She's my son's mom. I'm very proud
Delightful
of
human.
her. Yes, she's a delightful person. My son has turned out pretty well, so I'm very proud of the young man that we raised. And for the 19 years that we were blessed as husband and wife, she just decided she didn't want to be married anymore. And so going through that experience, growing up, my model was my parents, who were married 60 years. And that was my example. And so I didn't understand divorce growing up. We had people in the church, people outside the church who got divorced. And every time I'd heard of it, I couldn't really understand why. And I knew so many people that had gone through that, people with kids and so on. And, you hear that and you're like, oh, and I just did not understand it. And then I went through it in 2007. And man, you talk about an education. When you go through something like that, and you're like, wow, this is awful. This is not like, like what I guess I thought divorce was. It's like, oh, divorce was like, two people that just were so stubborn they didn't want to work anything out, And no, unfortunately, things just change. And, I'm not going to go into too many details about it, but, unfortunately, we were at that point in 2007, and she just decided to end the marriage. And that was her decision. Well, I'm not a type of person who necessarily wants to live alone for the rest of my life. And in fact, on the day that
You like people.
I love people.
You really
and
does.
I want to be a husband. I mean, first and foremost, I want to be a husband. Yes, I enjoyed being a father, but I was fortunate enough to be married a little while before we had a child. And that wasn't my priority to have a child. My priority was to be married and try to have a great marriage, and support and encourage a wife. And so that was always my dream since I was a child. And when that gets taken away, it is definitely life altering. It just like, good grief, what is wrong with me? And then come to find out, she told me on the day she walked out, she said that she decided she would never be married again or date again. And I was like, well, that might be your conscious decision, but that's not mine. That's not what I signed on for. Because I signed on for life. Anyway, we went through divorce.
You started dating.
Started dating. Looked online because that's about the most convenient. You could sit at home, do the computer thing, and I tried Match.com. I tried several of the other ones. Pay services, and it was expensive. See, nothing against all people who are on Match, but I found most of them on Match were kind of snooty. And I don't think I'm that horrible a looking guy. Yes, I know
I
I'm not.
you.
My wonderful wife likes me, and I take care of myself. I'm clean and dressed decently, especially
As my granddaughter would say,
Yeah.
he doesn't smell weird.
Yeah, I don't smell weird.
She thinks that's a big plus.
But I mean, I had to deal with these women that just had to have some guy that was 6'2" or 6'4". I'm 5'8". It's just my stature, But I don't feel that that's tiny and short, But I was amazed at women who were 5'8" or 5'6" had to have a 6'2" guy. I mean, specifically, they would write on there, "I'm sorry, I can't date anybody who's less than 6 feet." And
I
I'm
wonder
like,
how that worked out.
I don't understand. So I was, whatever I was in 2007, I guess 47. And I like, have you not figured out anything from high school to the time you're in your 40s or 50s that it's just a thing that you're stuck up on, that like, I've got this list of boom, 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 and they have to check all the boxes or I won't even look at that person. And how crazy is that you keep this list that may or may not be a good thing, and in the meantime, this person that even though they may not check this box or that box, they've got so many other boxes that bless you. And Penny has blessed my life tremendously since 2010. We met 3 years after my divorce.
Yeah.
And she's not musically inclined per se, but she can play music, and she has played music. And so, that was kind of one of my boxes. It's like, I really like to have someone that plays and sings, but had I been so hard and fast on that rule, I might have totally missed out on the best wife I've ever had. Yes, I will say that. She is good for me. She is challenging.
Wait, how did we meet?
To me, I'm working on it.
You're going backwards.
But I know, but I'm just trying to say, you folks, because I really like to encourage anybody that's single and thinking about dating online and everything, really make that person earn your trust and earn that spot with you, rather than just going out with them and hooking up, and then you find out it's like, oh, that was just a one night thing. I mean, it's a terrible way to exist. Anyway, so I was on Plenty of Fish as well, and looking around, and the women that were my age. So like I said, in 2007 I was 47. So say 2010 when I met Penny, I was 50, and women that were my age, I felt like just wanted to sit on the couch, like they just didn't want to do anything. I was so frustrated because I do like to do stuff. I build stuff, I make stuff, I fix stuff, and I like to go, and I like to travel, I like to camp. And so many of them, I'd ask them, I said, well, do you like to camp? I'd type, and they go, no, I'm not really a big fan of that. I said, well, what about travel? I said, I'd love to see some other countries. And they said, yeah, I'm not really a fan of that either. And I was like, well, boom. And so I kind of got pretty good at virtually dating women through Plenty of Fish and through their messaging. And I could pretty much tell within a few minutes or longer if they can actually hold a conversation. But I was really frustrated because I was like, I always thought women were these great conversationalists. I just had heard that women can outtalk men, and I was like, I hadn't found that to be true at all. I would write, so I read in your profile that you like this and that.
You actually read the profiles.
I actually read all the profiles,
Yeah.
every word, and I look at the pictures and I see what's important
Well,
to
not
them.
anymore.
Well, no, not now, but when I did in 2010, yes, after I met you,
That's right.
I was
Broke the mold.
definitely off the market.
That's right.
But I would read and they would type this stuff, and I don't think they really believed their profiles at all, because I would say, hey, I noticed you do this and you're into that, and they go, oh, well, yeah, I guess, and it'd be so vague. Or they would type one word answers. I said, so how's it going this week? And they go, fine, good, sure. I'm like, did you go to a school that never taught conversational English? I mean, were you educated in the United States? I mean, it was very frustrating to me.
They're concise.
Concise.
To a fault.
So I virtually dated probably hundreds of women. I'm not kidding. Over the course of 2007 to 2010, because I typed something, and after a few days I'm like, man, this is going nowhere, and I was like, oh, she's out.
It's like torture.
It was torture. If you can't get somebody that you naturally can communicate with and wants to communicate with you, don't waste the time.
Yeah, at the beginning, in the first
it was magical.
in the first days, if they can't talk to you.
So the very first conversation, and I've saved all our conversations early on Plenty of Fish.
Well, first you widened your range.
So yes, so I was on Plenty of Fish, and it was a Friday, and I said, all right, these women that are 50 plus, I'm just really disappointed in. I'm like, they act like they're ready to just sit on the couch and go to the old folks home. So I'm like, forget that. Let's go down. Instead of 50 plus, maybe look for someone a little more mature. I'm going to go back 10 years. So I dropped my age range that I was looking for down 10 years, or maybe even 12. And then I opened, as the Bible says, expand my territory, which was, what book was that? There's a book, a biblical book that was talking about, Lord, expand my territory. Prayer of Jabez, I think it is. Pretty sure that's what it is. So I expanded my territory. Instead of a 25-mile radius, I went to a 50-mile radius. And all of a sudden, this gorgeous-looking young lady pops up on there, and she was just so cute, because she sits there, and I love the one picture. She's got a picture where she's sitting or standing in the kitchen by the counter, and she's got her arms like this, and it's this very cute top. And I was like, gosh, she just looks like a very sweet high school girl. And I'm not trying to say, she looked like a high school girl.
No, just girl kind of next door, normal
girl next door. I was like, she just looks sweet. She doesn't look like she's trying to put off anything. She's not trashy. She's not wearing tattoos. Nothing against people who wear tattoos. If that's your thing, I'm just not into tattoos. So she didn't have any of that stuff. But I read her profile, and I was really drawn to the words that she wrote, because she was looking for a relationship, not just a hookup, not just it was obviously she wasn't worldly in the way she described herself. And so I saw her, and I was like, who is that? And so I sent a message, and she fired back immediately, and we just had this rapid fire.
It was great
communication. If you all ever have that with someone, where you just like, you just don't want to stop. I mean, it was like that. And this was on a Friday that I was getting ready to go to Michigan. So
that's right.
I'm thinking about my 5-hour trip to be with my folks. And then this
after work,
actually, okay, I can say it now because I'm not at that job anymore. I actually was searching for her while at work.
Good job, Dave.
So, but anyway.
No, the same colors isn't on purpose. Accident.
Yeah, it was an accident. So, she was just firing back, I mean, it was just magical. So I was like, hey, I'm getting ready to go on a trip to Michigan, go visit my folks. So can I call you? She would not let me hear her voice. until we met in person.
I wanted it
She had
because,
this
it's
rule.
so weird to meet somebody online. I just thought the whole thing was weird. It wasn't my idea. And I thought so much of like the thing that you do when you meet, you tell your stories and everything, that's already going to be done because we're talking so much online. And the first time I hear his voice, I want to be in front of him when I hear it. And I just wouldn't do it. I wouldldn't let you call.
I tried, and so I'm driving to Michigan, and I had my old phone. It wasn't even, I don't know, was the iPhone 3 or something?
Yeah,
it was pretty basic. I don't even know if it was
back in the day.
It might even been a track phone, like a crude.
I know
track
that my
phone.
chat was. I had to,
Yeah, I think it was a track.
One time
phone.
for A,
Yeah,
C, you had it 3 times.
It was a very crude. It was not like we have now. I mean, even in 2010, because I was like, I didn't want the full cell plan because it was expensive. I was trying to keep my bills low because I was a single guy, And so she's texting me, and she's just so quick-witted. I finally not only met my match, I met somebody who can outword me like ridiculous. I was like, oh well, you careful what you ask for, because you think it's like, oh, nobody. I even made the statement. I was like, I haven't met a woman yet that can hang with me as far as typing on the typing in the chat. And then Penny comes along. I was like, oh yeah, she kind of blew that out of the water. It's like 10-1, not 10-1,
but you were so smart and funny, and you got me.
Yeah,
like I would say something, and you immediately knew I was joking.
Got there. Yeah. It just was a great connection. So she's texting me on my phone. She actually gave me her phone number. We exchanged phone numbers, and she's texting me. And I'm like, why are you texting while I'm driving? And it's pouring rain.
And I had never texted while driving, ever. I didn't even.
I don't do that, because it's dangerous.
It is dangerous. You shouldn't be doing that.
When you're girl, you meet the girl. I'm like, oh my goodness, because you know how it is when you meet someone. You're like, man, it's like crack. I don't know. I don't do drugs, but she was like crack. I was like, good night. This girl is just.
I'm like crack.
And
you guys.
I don't mean to diminish that. she was just like the sweetest sugar, the best honey. It just was like, I want more of that. It was amazing. And so she texted me, and I was like, I can't do this right now. I'm trying to drive, and it's raining. And she goes, what? You mean you can't dive into a shark-infested pool while running with scissors? She just, that's
hassling you,
hassling me. That's just the kind of wit she has. And I was like, no, she just was teasing me the whole 5-hour trip. And so then I got to Michigan, and I'm smitten by that time. I was like, oh man, I just can't get enough of this girl, And so I'm texting her back, well, the cell service is terrible in Michigan, at where my parents were back 2010. It was very spotty.
Forgot about this part.
And so I'm texting her, and she's not answering back much. And I'm like, what in the world, And she kind of held off.
And you send me a prayer, or mean to send me a prayer?
Her friend Nora, unfortunately, had ovarian cancer. I think
It was ovarian cancer.
And it was just very sad, because she had planned on being at her son's graduation.
Wedding.
Wedding?
Yeah.
Okay. And this was, we met on March 12th, which it's easy to remember because that's also my son's birthday. So, I can always forever know the day that I met Penny. It was March 12th, 2010. And, or met her online anyway, not physically in person. It was a couple weeks later. But, so she had told me about her friend Nora, who unfortunately had gotten sick, and it just kind of changed our communication. Penny was having to kind of pull back, and
she had started the treatments for chemo and had a really hard time, and they had to stop them because she was just like open sores, just skin was just coming apart. And so they'd finally gotten her back on it. She'd been off the prescribed amount of time and was getting ready to go for her scan to see if it had worked or not. And she had the scan done, and it was everywhere. It just was 10 times worse than it was before chemo. And it just broke my heart because I knew she wasn't going to make it to the wedding. And so they were talking about hospice and stuff. And within 3 days, she was gone. And it just threw me for a loop. I was like, you know what? I don't want to get in a relationship. I don't want to put myself out there. I don't want to risk getting hurt. I'm just not going to do it. And so I sent him a message and I'm like, hey, it's nothing to do with you. I just, there's a lot going on and I'm just reeling because Nora died and, and it just happened so suddenly. And I just don't want to do this. And so he wouldn't leave me alone. He kept messaging me back. And
yeah, it's like she cut me off. I mean, it's almost like she ghosted me in a way. She wasn't responding back after we had that wonderful exchange for hours. And, you get drawn into that and you're like, okay, this is great, And I get up there and I send in, you hit send, nothing comes back. An hour goes by, nothing comes back. 2 hours, and you're like, what did I do?
So then he emails me and I'm like, look, I told you I didn't want to talk anymore. And I think I had blocked him on the app because he kept messaging me. And he's like, what are you? Are you one of those girls that just gets a guy on the hook and then just dumps him and ghosts him and doesn't talk to him anymore? And I'm like, no, I just can't. Just emotionally, I just can't do this right now. And he says, look, let me take you out one time. And if you don't like me, I will never bother you again. And I'm like, okay, sounds like an easy way to get out of this. And so we make arrangements to go out and I'm going to meet him at the Cracker Barrel in Richmond, Kentucky. Right. And so before I go, I'm like, oh, I'm going to wear eyelashes. I never wear eyelashes. And so I get the eyelashes glued on and I'm driving down and there's a hotel just before you get to the Cracker Barrel and something flutters past my vision and I'm like, oh, the eyelashes. Oh my gosh, the eyelashes fell off. And so I pull over into the hotel and I'm, doing the self grope and looking down my shirt and all over the van. And I'm like, Lord, come on. Are you kidding me with this? I got one set of eyelashes doing this number, nothing going on over here. I look like an idiot. And I said, okay, if you don't let me find them in the next 5 minutes, I'm just going to pull the other ones off. And you can't, gentlemen, I'm guessing you've never worn eyelashes. Guess you've never worn them, but they leave little globs of glue on your eyelashes. So I had to pull the one off and then I had to sit and rub all the little balls of glue off my eye. And of course my eye makeup's all messed up. Got it cleaned up as best as I can. And I get to the Cracker Barrel. Now I'm running late and I hate being late. So now I'm running late. I pull into this parking space. So I'm in this parking space. There's one parking space in front of me and then there's the front of the restaurant. And there's a man standing looking at the paper machine like he was going to buy a paper. And so I get out, I walk past my van and I audibly hear God. And I've only audibly heard God like twice in my life, other than being in heaven, I mean. And he said, get ready. This is the one I've been preparing for you. And Don turns around and I'm like, oh my gosh, he's so handsome. He's so cute. I just couldn't get over it. And, so of course I thought I was stoic back then. I've learned since that I'm not. So I'm guessing I light up and it was a good day.
Nice. It was a very good day. We went in and had a wonderful meal together. We joked with the waiter. We were talking about lima beans. Yeah, it's funny. Was that 13 years ago? I still remember the lima beans.
It was 13 years ago.
Yeah.
And so we hung out and lunch wasn't enough. And so then we went to the music store and got drumsticks for David.
Yeah, she had some errands to run. And so.
Oh, wait, no. So first I get in the car, right? He's like, well, I'll take you over to get the drums. And normally I wouldn't. Drumsticks. Yeah. Normally I wouldn't ride with a guy anywhere. I would meet them there. I'd only been on a few dates and they were horrible. Like, I'll give you a little bit so you know how horrible these dates were. I go out on this date with this one guy. Both of these guys were supposed to be super religious. The one guy is the Waffle House guy. I get there and he says, my daughter got killed by a bush hog. You want to see her picture? And I'm like, oh my gosh, his daughter got killed by a wild boar? This is horrible. And he pulls out a picture and he shows me a picture of her in the casket, like with her head all messed up.
He does.
And he said, yeah, those bush hogs was out to ripping and running and it throwed a rock and it killed my daughter, knocked her brains plumb out. I'm not lying, guys. And I was like, they can throw rocks? He said, "Oh yeah, honey, they'll throw a rock and it'll knock your brains out." And I'm like, "God, they don't even have opposable thumbs. How can they throw rocks and with such accuracy? And why are they wanting to kill children? This is just horrible." And I just moved to Kentucky. We were living out. I said, "Well, we live out and we've got some land, just like 3 acres." He's like, "Oh, honey, you better not have your kids out there when those bush hogs are running because they're likely to get a rock thrown and it'll knock their brains out." And so I'm all now freaked out because I've seen a picture of his dead child and I'm like, "It's just coffee." And he had these like really thick Coke bottle lenses. He had a case of dandruff unlike any that I've ever seen. I mean, it was like Christmas over his head all the time. And like really deep cystic acne, things he couldn't control. But, when you lead with, "My daughter got killed by a bush hog, want to see your picture," it just kind of puts a damper on the rest of the evening. So we were just supposed to have coffee. I go in the bathroom, splash some cold water on my face. I'm like, "I'm going to have this coffee," and then I'm out. And so I go back, and he says that he's ordered us waffles. And I can see the lady. She's like, time slowed down, and she's holding these plated waffles, and she's slowly coming toward the table. And he looks at me. Well, first he takes his hand, he puts it in his jacket, and he slides it across the table. And he doesn't move his hand right away. And I'm thinking, "Oh God, what is it? It's probably like a vial of the blood of the bush hog that killed his daughter or something." Because I think like that. And he pulls his hand away, and it's a package of Hall's cough drops. And now this guy, I was told, was so religious that he had to wear long sleeves because apparently the glow of his arms would be bright enough to upset the Lord. That's how religious he was. So, I mean, I wore a sweater because this guy was so religious. He says the words to me as this waitress is walking over: "Baby, I could do things to you with those that'll make you scream your mama's name." And I'm thinking to myself, at what point of ecstasy do I never want to be where I'm screaming, "Oh, Margot"? It's just never, ever, ever going to happen, right? And so I'm like, I never had anybody said anything like that to me. And so I am just gobsmacked. And the waitress looks at me, and I can feel like all the color running out of my face. And she says to the guy, "What did you say to her? What did you say to her?" And so I get up and I take off running. I run to the car, and I went to this particular Waffle House because I knew the owner. I knew he had a gun, and I had taken care of his wife and home health. I let him know ahead I was coming. I didn't know what the guy was going to be like, but I just wanted him to have my back. So I get out to the car, and this guy is on my heels. I drop my keys. I pick him up near the back tire, and I turn around, and he puts both of his hands on either side of me. And so now I can't get away from him. And he leans in to kiss me. You all, I've been kissed. I've done quite a bit of kissing in my life. That man, you know how like when you pull a tape measure out and it just keeps, like this man was checking the status of my colon with his tongue, right? And so the waitress comes up, she's running, she's got the tray thing, and the guy that is the owner of the restaurant comes out, he's got a gun. The lady comes up and she's like, "You let her go." She's hitting him in the back of the head. And every time she hits him in the back of the head, his tape measure tongue is choking me to death. So she keeps hitting him with it. "You let her go. I said you let her go." And then all of a sudden, like he pushed that little tape measure thing under his chin, and his tongue wound back up in his head. And because the guy that worked at the store was like, "Son, you better let her go." And so he wound up his tongue. He got in his car. He left. I drive home. I'm telling my dad the story. He calls me for a second date while I'm telling my dad this story.
Dad doesn't call you for a second date.
No. The guy calls me for a second date. And I'm like, "Dad, you have to talk to him." So I didn't go out with him. Then I went out with another guy. Had totally normal conversations with him. I go out, I meet him at a restaurant for dinner across from where this new mall is going in. And some of it had already been built. We're at Olive Garden, I think. Isn't that right across the street from the mall there in Richmond? Yeah, so I'm at Olive Garden, and when I sit down, he sits on the same side of the booth with me. And I just was like, I mean, I'll do that with Don all the time, just because I want to sit by you or whatever. But never on a first date have I ever done that. And if a girl did it, it would be different. But When a guy does it, it's really intimidating. So he gets in, he sits right next to me in the booth, and I'm like scooted over as far as I can get. And I'm wearing a dress. If your kids are listening, they shouldn't be. I'm wearing a dress. He puts his hand on the inside of my leg, like not under my dress. And he pulls my leg apart from my other leg. And he says, when you're sitting with me, you'll keep your legs open so that I know you're open to me. This is a freaking first date, right? And I'm thinking, crap, should I go under the table? Should I go over the table? Like, what could I possibly have said that would have made him think this is okay?
Run away.
Right.
Run
So
away.
the lady comes to the table, he orders for me, and he orders shrimp, which I can't eat. I'm like, I'm allergic to shrimp. And then the lady leaves, he lets me order. The lady leaves, and he's like, the next time I take you out to dinner, you'll let me know what you can and can't eat beforehand, and you'll eat what I order for you. And I'm like, did I just turn 9? Like, what is happening here? I had no idea what was going on. So I'm going to have to sit and eat this whole meal. I couldn't finish it because my stomach was upset because this guy's a freak. And he says, I'll take you back to your car. And I'm like, no, that's okay. Because I had parked in the mall and walked over. And he's like, no, I'll take you. So he takes me over to the side of the mall where there's nothing built yet, where they're just starting to work on it. And I can see this guy, like the security guy, and he's in a car or like a Jeep on the other side of the store, and I'm willing him over with my mind. And so this guy tells me I have to give him my underwear. And I'm like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not giving you my underwear. And he's like, you're going to give me your underwear. And I'm like, that's absolutely not going to happen. He's like, okay, well, since this is a first date and I can tell you're a little nervous, I will allow you to mail them to me this time.
Jeez.
And I'm like, oh my God, what do I do? So finally this security guard comes over, and he just takes one look at me and he says, ma'am, are you okay? And the guy looks at him, and I'm like, no, I need a ride to my car. And he's like, I'm going to come around and get you, sir, if you'll unlock the truck. And so the guy unlocks the truck. The security guard opens the door, takes me by the arm, puts me in the Jeep thing. He's like, are you okay? And I just burst into tears. I'm like, oh my gosh. He told me I had to keep my legs separated. He wanted my underwear. I was so freaked out. So I had quit. I'm like, I'm not dating anyone else. I'm not going out on dates with these people. They're lunatics. And then I meet Don. And, so he's so nice and everything. So we go out on that first date. And then I think the next date I came here, didn't I?
Second date, yeah.
Yeah, so I came here and we watched The Notebook, which I had never seen, which was super sweet. And I was laying on the couch and I fell asleep. And I remember thinking how safe I felt. Like I didn't feel like there was any risk for me to fall asleep in his house with my, head on his chest. I just felt safe. And I remember I said to him, I said, I haven't been held in a really long time. Would it be okay? Could you spoon me? And he's like, well, yeah, of course I'll spoon you. And so that was it. So we went and we laid on the bed and he spooned me. And I was like, wow, I forgot how much I needed just that physical closeness. And he wasn't inappropriate, didn't try anything. And
well, when you're a single mom having to be on all the time, so you're having to be on for your kids, pretty much, the time that you're home, you have to be on as a nurse. So, that's exhausting.
Yeah.
I could not be that level all day long and not just implode. My job is bad enough right now, and I didn't have 3 kids. I had 1. It was a relatively easy process to raise 1 child with 2 parents, not 3 children with 1 parent.
Yeah.
And so I have a lot of respect for
the car thing. I forgot to tell him the car. So we get in the car to go to the music store?
Yes.
Yeah.
Career.
To go to the music store. And when I had told Don this story in all of our conversations. I told him a story that when God wants me to do something, I always ask God to drop bricks on my head because I am so tunnel vision and focused when I'm doing something that I can miss it. And so I said, if you really need me to do something, don't send anything subtle, drop a ton of bricks on my head. Otherwise I'll miss it. I get in the car and
in my car.
Yeah, in your car. And there's flowers. I had never gotten flowers before ever. No man had ever bought me flowers. I was blown away. If he had just done the flowers, he had me right there. But when I went to pull down the visor, all these little pieces of paper cut into bricks fell into my lap.
I colored them all
Yeah.
different colors.
Yeah, it was a graphics guy, so he just made, like 50 bricks to fall into my lap. And I'm like, that's bold, because you had no idea we were going to end up in this car. But when I came to his house the first time, I knew that he played guitar. And I'm like, oh, that's so cool. I didn't even think to ask God for somebody who is musical. And then I get into the house and there's a piano. And I'm like, oh my gosh, do you play piano too? And he's like, yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's very understated. And I said, those are my two favorite musical instruments. And I remember thinking, what a good God to give me two things I didn't even ask for. And so, yeah, he would play music for me. And the grandkids, when they came along, we've got videos of you playing with Cole.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, he liked that.
Yeah.
Ante T Senor
song,
the Spanish song.
I've got a picture of Cole. He's just a baby. Just maybe he might have been walking. I don't know. But he's got his own little guitar, one of Don's old guitars that he's playing, and Don's playing his guitar, and he's singing this. Is it a lullaby? Or is it a hymn?
Unto Thee, O Lord is a song that we used to do in Campus Crusade.
Yeah.
And so I did the Spanish version of it.
And then you did the...
Yeah, and I did Romy Nino, which is a Spanish song my mom used to sing to me as a small child.
So not only can he sing, and can he play guitar, and can he play trombone, and can he play piano, but he can sing in other languages. I mean, he should have just worn a shirt that was like, I'm the catch or whatever, because I was like, wow, like, he's a decent human being. He has a job. He pays his bills. He's kind to his ex-wife and has a friendly relationship with her, which was really important to me because I didn't want to deal with all kinds of drama, which we probably wouldn't have had much of anyway, because our kids were mostly older. Yeah. Well, I mean, Donnie was still,
but I'm saying they were
mostly grown.
It wasn't like if they were 8 or 10.
No.
So, but Gypsy Princess, someday would love to hear some of your stories from the Hillbilly family.
Oh.
It's
where are they from? My Hillbilly family is from
Fonday.
Well, that's where they were born, but they live in Whitley City. What is the falls there? Cumberland.
Yeah.
My Hillbilly family lives in Cumberland Falls. I grew up a few states west, but my dad would take us back to Kentucky every year. Yeah, we used to go to Kentucky. We would come, I want to say for our family reunion, and I would always get sick and end up puking in the car.
I always loved
Stupid cat.
So Penny's family has a big family reunion, which a lot of us do, and we'd have to go around the mountain and drive. It's a big, long drive to get there. Isn't that Whitley City where the reunion is?
Beulah Heights, yeah.
It's Beulah Heights. Okay, where is that? Close to Whitley City?
I think it's part of Whitley City.
But I know
kind of like Ford and Winchester.
It just takes a while to get there, But they have so many neat traditions there at that family reunion. They have all the pictures out, and so even though, excuse me, I hadn't really been any part of that, know any history about it, I could appreciate the pictures and the history of that family. And I love watching that. You can see, how far back that tradition had gone. And one of the traditions they had was the balloon release. Mm-hmm. And so they would... For everybody that we'd lost that. So everybody, maybe tell what that is. Yeah, so I'm trying to think if the year we went was the year that Grandpa died. It might have been the year after. But, the uncles are getting older and we're losing them. And so we're losing a lot of those older family members. And so my cousin Jody arranged this where we... write a little message on a piece of paper and then slip it into a balloon, and then they blew all the balloons up with helium, and then we all let them go. But that was cool, and it was just neat to see the family all get together out there. And they didn't have, I think maybe it's changed in the last few years, but at that time, I didn't really see anybody going, "Oh, what a stupid tradition." No. They were all they embraced it, young to old. They were all in the moment, which to me we're losing, and as part of our culture now is being in the moment with your family. Yeah. Because we're so focused on, I can't wait to do this thing after this event, or do I really have to go to my this Thanksgiving dinner? Do I have to go to this birthday meal? Do I have to go to this family reunion? It's like you need to go. It's not have to go. You should want to because that's your family.
Yeah.
And once that extended family is gone, I mean, it has already changed tremendously. Our family has changed tremendously just since Penny and I have been together.
Oh, for sure.
You know, I mean, we lost Frank, and Frank was a wonderful young guy, full of energy and loved all people, and had all kinds of stories, just like Gypsy Princess. I'd love to hear some of your stories.
Kentucky stories for sure.
Kentucky stories are rich.
I'm having
and
this
they need
sense
to be shared.
that she's probably, we're going to know that area.
Change the shirts. It's too bright.
It's too bright. Yeah, we
Sorry.
didn't mean to come with matching shirts.
We didn't have anybody telling us how bright was the.
It doesn't look bright on the
video.
screen though.
Yeah, in here it doesn't.
It looks super dark.
Do you want me? I mean, I can close the blinds and see. Here,
Wait.
That.
Let's just see what it looks like up here. Pop in chat. Oh
no.
Ah, there they are. Well, we lost him. Oh, that's this one.
Uh-oh.
No, it's okay. Just need to. There we go.
Oh, it is pretty bright. But...
Yeah, it's not too bright. I think it's fine. I have family near Berea, not far from us.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I don't think we're too bright. I don't think the blue's too bright either. It's funny because it looks super dark on here.
Yeah.
All right. I think you're going, right? Or
Yeah.
wait, did we finish selling all that?
Yeah, I think we did. You know, but it's been fun, and it's been 13 years. We actually.
Our anniversary's coming up.
Yes, it is.
When is it? This weekend.
Yeah. So
How long?
we're going
13
camping.
years together.
13. We're going camping on the 28th, and the 29th is the day after.
I never can remember.
And I don't. I've tried. I've given her a sim.
I have a hard time with dates.
What am I trying to say? A method to remember.
I know it's either the 27th
okay,
or
so
the 29th.
you know it's in July.
Right.
All right. And 2 and 9. So 7. 9
That's why I
minus 2
always
is
think
7
it's
is
the
July.
27th.
So yeah, I guess so. That doesn't help.
Your method sounds really crappy to me.
July 29th.
Is anybody having an easier time remembering that because of
7/29.
Dom's method?
7/29. The year I don't have a good one for that, but it's 2017.
Oh, I never would remember the year. I used to be good with dates, and then I blame comas.
All right. Well,
And
guys,
COVID.
I've got to work on the camper because it's got some issues where some of the wood got wet and I've had to replace it on the sides. No big major structural thing.
No, just getting us
It's
ready to
just
go next
some
weekend.
stuff so this Friday we can go hit the lake. So
Yeah, we're pretty excited about that.
thank you for being welcoming and enjoy talking to you and listening to your reading
People
your
love it when
comments.
Mr. Wittbrodt comes
So,
on.
We'll see you guys again. I wish
You're
we could come up
popular.
with a good way to do a remote from the lake successfully.
Oh, wouldn't that be cool? We
No,
used to
it'd be-
do it. We used to do lake remotes when I was able to do it just on Facebook.
Yeah.
But with this particular software, we may try it. We may try StreamYard and see if we can do it from there. It'll just be really choppy signal. But it was always fun because when COVID hit and we started going on vacations again, people were scared to death even to go to dinner. So if we went out and went to dinner or we went camping, we would always try to do some live streaming from that so that people could see us going out, coming back, and surviving because people were that scared to leave their houses.
Yeah.
It really helped.
And please know, when we go on vacation, I want you to know I'm very sensitive to the whole vacation. Look at us thing. We don't have a whole lot. I mean, yeah, I got a lot of junk out here in our yard, but it's all used.
Yeah.
I mean, we never buy anything new. You know, my truck is a 1999
Yeah, everything's a
F250.
project.
Was really blessed with a good price. Got my truck for $8,200, and that F250 with the dually on it, we're able to put the pickup camper in, and it also hauls our tri-tune boat, which I drove to Mississippi to save a bunch of money. I got it for $10,000. So it wasn't like we have all this big fancy stuff. Nothing's new.
But we do enjoy what we
The
have.
house is 33 years old, but I'm very blessed to have it and glad that my dad helped me build it. So when we go out and say, hey guys, hello from the lake or anything, we're not trying to say, look at us in our big fancy lives, because we don't have that. You know, I work outside every day all year long from now it's like 5 a.m. till 4:30 p.m. I'm a yard guy is the unglorious name in my regular
You
title.
really should come up with a new title.
The regular title is rental technician, but I help get equipment ready for
Yard guy sounds horrible.
It does, but
I enjoyed your lives from the boat,
Yeah.
says Patty.
But I get equipment ready for our next customer to rent from the cat dealer in Lexington. So,
Now, if they're pissed at you, they know who to call.
They're not pissed at me. I make sure all our stuff is ready to go.
No, I meant the
customer.
viewers.
Oh. So anyway, I just want to let you guys know whenever we do something like, hey, we're camping or anything, there's no way we're gloating or anything like that. I'm very sensitive to that because I have seen posts of friends who's like, hey, look, we're in Italy, or look, we're in Greece, or look, we're in Hawaii. And I'm like, man, I have not been to any of those
And then
places.
next week it's, look, we're in Rome, we're in
Yeah.
Paris, we're
I was
in,
like,
yeah,
I
they're
don't know
always
how
somewhere.
they're so independently wealthy that they can do that, and I'm glad they're blessed with that. I do not have that wherewithal. We don't have that kind of household income. But someday I would like to do a European vacation, just so, and not the National Lampoon.
It would
European
so be a
vacation.
National Lampoon.
Probably would.
You'd
But I would
see
love
some
to
girl
see-
with back boobs and I'd
Oh my
lose you.
gosh, no, you wouldn't.
That'd be
No,
it.
no.
He's like, did you see the
Because
back boobs on
First
that
time
girl?
I talked to her, she'd go, "Hi, Helga, name Helga."
You wouldn't care if she had back boobs.
No.
There's a lot you would tolerate.
No,
If I became an ignorant moron but developed back boobs, would you love me less?
I don't know. You'd say initially, like, wow, that might be quite something, but it's, you still got to be able to crack jokes and be funny and loving.
So if I just say Hodor, that's not going to be enough.
No.
We've been watching,
Hodor,
we're rewatching Game of Thrones.
Yeah. So anyway, I just wanted you guys to know I'm very sensitive to the whole going out and camping thing, and it's just a means for us. I've got to have some way to unplug because this job takes a lot out of me. I don't know how a lot of you all are. I'm 62, and this is a very physical job. I mean, I have to climb in and out of bulldozers and big, tall equipment. I go up in 80-foot lifts and check them all out. I go way up in the air and make sure the equipment's all good. And, it's a very physical and demanding job.
They would have had to let me go
And,
day one. I wouldn't go up in that thing.
And it's tiring. I mean, I don't have the energy at the end of the day that I did before I had this job. But I've been blessed with some pretty good checks, and I have some goals of paying some bills off so we can at some point retire and go travel.
Yes, the goal is to be able to do the show together all the time.
And actually do it from like the back of a camper cross country.
That'd be super fun.
Still kind of on my list. I don't think we'll take the pickup camper. We'll get like a Class C or something. But that's going to have to be down the road. And a lot of things are going to have to change between now and then.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
But,
I'm doing more and more talks. I've got one I need to reschedule, but we've got the documentary coming up, which will be my second documentary film, and that should be. We're filming that August 10th, I think, August 9th or 10th, here in Kentucky, and so that's coming up. And I'm working on the book, and then we've got the other book that's coming out by Pastor John Burke, Imagine the God of Heaven, I think, and that one's coming out in December. I'm hoping mine will come out right on the edge of that, so it'll get a boost from some of his marketing. And so hopefully at some point we can bring Mr. Wittbrodt home and he can be my permanent roadie.
Yeah, I'd like that.
You'd be a good roadie, but you'd actually be a groupie, wouldn't you? Because of the fringe benefits.
That would be good.
He
All
could
right,
be my
guys.
groupie. We could get you a groupie t-shirt.
I would like that. Head groupie,
Yeah,
don't know
you
if
could
that
be
sounds
head
right.
groupie.
Guys, thank you very much.
Thank you
You're
for coming
always
on the show.
Wonderful and sweet. Yeah, I'm happy to do it. It's an honor.
And I'm so
to
glad
be
you
with
worked
my
hard to
lovely
match me.
wife. Yes. I think I picked mine out first. She matched me, guys.
I didn't
Yes,
actually. I
she
didn't know
did.
what you were wearing.
I had this laying on the bed. It was very clear. I had my jeans.
Do you think it was
and this
subliminal? I just saw it and
Yeah,
picked something to
you
match.
just scanned it, but I know you looked at it. I saw you look at it.
I don't recall looking
I
at it.
know but your brain goes 5,000 directions.
That's true. All right, go away.
It's great.
I don't have anything else to
So
say to
sweet.
you.
Yes, I'm done talking to you.
Bye, babe.
Bye, guys. Love you.
Thank you for enjoying jelly with me.
Yeah, that was good. I'm gonna take that in the house because it's very good.
Oh yeah, and it's open too. So
All right.
of course now we've got our bacteria swirling around in both.
Oh, stop. It's not that bad. I have clean bacteria.
No, you don't. What?
It's good. Hygienic.
AJ says that she would have excused herself to the bathroom and disappeared on the
yes,
on the
date.
Olive Garden guy.
Yes.
What a scary individual. He
I
was
know.
tall, you guys. He was like 6'7".
I don't know how you managed to get those on the first date, but to be fair, the other guy with the tray that you're hitting with the tray, that was a fix-up by your horrible coworkers.
Yes, that was a fix-up by my horrible
they
coworkers.
knew exactly what he was.
I don't think they knew he was a perv. I just think they thought he was weird.
I know, but
But what a mean
about
thing!
it.
What a mean thing to do to him.
I
Even.
know, but they laughed. Yes, it was terrible both sides, but they laughed about it.
Oh yeah, they thought it was hysterical.
When you came walking into work.
Well,
so.
because I thought it was actually a wild boar, and a bush hog is actually a mowing implement.
Yeah.
And that's how it threw the rock. It
Yeah.
didn't have
All
an
right.
opposable
Bye,
thumb.
guys.
Bye, babe. Love you. I'll see you in a little bit. All right, guys, we've got a few more stories here, and then we're going to close out. Let me see here. Well, if I can scroll up my page here. Oh, we did that one. Anyway, isn't he delightful? He really is delightful. I like him a little bit. We did that one. Okay. So I kind of stumbled onto this, and it was in the New Yorker 2 years ago, and it linked kind of to a story. Thank you, Tennessee woman. We're very well matched, very well suited to each other. It is interesting once you start trying or stop trying to. Well, I mean, I wasn't even trying to have a relationship, but it's funny when you let God do the picking how much better it is. And we've had hard times. We've broken up a couple of times when we were dating. We've worked through a lot of stuff, as most couples do. And yeah, it's good. I'm glad that we stuck it out. And I'm a stick it out kind of person. I tried to stick it out with the kid's dad because he's the kid's dad, and I didn't want my children to come from a divorced home. But, as I told my son when he was 5, we can't live with daddy anymore because you can't be married and have a girlfriend. What a terrible thing to have to tell your little one. I'm going to turn this camera just a little. That way I don't have to lean. You guys can see my little maps over here that I flagged disease on. It was nice to have Don on. I was going to have him come on Saturday, and he's like, I can't do Saturday, but I could do Sunday. So that's why I moved it to Sunday. But anyway, we're going to discuss this story just because I think it's important. And because, was it Enlighten? It was you who asked me to cover the, help me remember the name of it. I got the book that has all the FBI documents. They're called The Holders, The Keepers, something like that. Anyway, I'm pretty sure it was Enlighten that had reached out to me and said, hey, will you cover this story? And so I watched the documentary on it. If you can remember the name of that, pop that into the chat for me, Enlighten. I'm pretty sure it was you. But anyway, so I'm reading this. There's a book that's like this thick that is all of the FBI, all of the police FOIA stuff on that case. So I'm still working on it. But I wanted to cover this because this was one that I didn't know about. The New Yorker. So it's interesting because now the FBI has taken down the pedophile sex trafficking information off of their website, and as their response to the Sound of Freedom movie, which is crazy. Like, why would you? There's no reason to take that down. That crime exists, but now we're just going to even pretend that child trafficking doesn't exist. So this is from, maybe it wasn't you. Who was it? Somebody sent me. It was this. So the story is that there were these 2 nicely dressed men that were in a park. This isn't related to this story. This is a story that whoever it was told me to look up. Who was it? There were these 2 men. They were in a park. This is years ago, like in the 70s or 80s or something like that. And they're with these 6 children that have bug bites all over them, are dirty and look like they're underfed. And they have like, when they pull all these people in, there's like a CIA tie, and the FBI is somehow tied in, and they're called the one man that's in charge is the game caller. The whole thing is really creepy, and supposedly it was just they're living this alternate lifestyle. But when you look at all of the stuff, I think the FBI or whoever it was opened the case and closed it within 7 or 8 days, and said there was nothing to it. But at the beginning, they're like, oh no, there's this evil stuff going on. I'll have to look up. I'll look up and see who sent me that. It was Holden McGroin. That's who it was. But anyway, they're called I can't think of it. But anyway, I'm working on that one. So this one's from the New Yorker. The German experiment that placed foster children with pedophiles. In 2017, well, if I can get the page where I need it. In 2017, a German man who goes by the name Marco came across an article in a Berlin newspaper with a photograph of a professor he recognized from childhood. The first thing he noticed was the man's lips. They were thin, almost non existent, a trait that Marco had always found repellent. He was surprised to read that the professor, Helmut Kentler, had been one of the most influential sexologists in Germany. The article described a new research report that had investigated what was called the Kentler experiment. Beginning in the late 60s, Kentler had placed neglected children in foster homes run by pedophiles. The experiment was authorized and financially supported by the Berlin Senate. In a report submitted to the Senate in 1988, Kentler had described it as a complete success. Marco had grown up in foster care, and his foster father had frequently taken him to Kentler's home. Now he was 34 with a 1-year-old daughter, and her meals and naps structured his days. After he read the article, he said, "I just pushed it aside. I didn't react emotionally. I did what I do every day. Nothing, really. I sat around in front of the computer." Marco looks like a movie star. He's tanned with a firm jaw, thick, dark hair, and a long, symmetrical face. As an adult, he's cried only once. If someone were to die in front of me, I would of course want to help them, but it wouldn't affect me emotionally, he told me. I have a wall, and emotions just hit against it. He lived with his girlfriend, a hairdresser, but they'd never discussed his childhood. He was unemployed. Once he tried to work as a mailman, but after a few days he quit, because whenever a stranger made an expression that reminded him of his foster father, an engineer named Fritz Henkel, he had the sensation that he was not actually alive, that his heart had stopped beating, and that the color had drained from the world. When he tried to speak, it felt as if his voice didn't belong to him. Several months after reading the article, Marco looked up the number for Teresa Netwig, a young political scientist at the University of Göttingen Institute for Democracy Research, who'd written the report on Kentler. He felt both curious and ashamed. When she answered the phone, he identified himself as an affected person. He told her that his foster father had spoken with Kentler on the phone every week in ways that Marco had never understood. Kentler, a psychologist and a professor of social education at the University of Hanover, had seemed deeply invested in his upbringing. Netwig had assumed that Kentler's experiment ended in the 1970s, but Marco told her he had lived in his foster home until 2003, when he was 21. I was totally shocked, she said. She remembers Marco saying several times, "You're the first person I've told. This is the first time I've told my story." As a child, he'd taken it for granted that the way he was treated was normal. Such things happen, he told himself. The world is like this. It's eat and be eaten. But now, he said, I realized the state had been watching. A few weeks later, Marco phoned one of his foster brothers, whom he calls Sven. They had lived together in Henkel's home for 13 years. He liked Sven, but felt little connection to him. They had never had a real conversation. He told Sven he'd learned that they had been part of an experiment, but Sven seemed unable to process the information. After all those years, we'd gotten out of the habit of thinking, Marco said. As a young boy, Marco liked to pretend he was one of the Templars, an order of knights that protected pilgrims to the Holy Land. He was a lively child who occasionally wandered around his Berlin neighborhood unsupervised. At 5 in 1988, he crossed the street alone and was hit by a car. He was not seriously injured, but the accident attracted the attention of Schöneberg Youth Welfare Office, which is run by the Berlin state government. Caseworkers at the office observed that Marco's mother seemed unable to give him the necessary emotional attention. She worked at a sausage stand and was struggling to manage parenthood on her own. Marco's father, a Palestinian refugee, had divorced her. She sent Marco and his older brother to daycare in dirty clothes and left them there for 11 hours. Caseworkers recommended that Marco be placed in a foster home with a family-like atmosphere. One described him as an attractive boy who was wild, but very easy to influence. Marco was assigned to live with Henkel, a 47-year-old single man who supplemented his income as a foster father by repairing jukeboxes and other electronics. Marco was Henkel's eighth foster son in 16 years. When Henkel began fostering children in 1973, a teacher noticed that he was always looking for contact with boys. 6 years later, a caseworker observed that Henkel appeared to be in a homosexual relationship with one of his foster sons. When a public prosecutor launched an investigation, Helmut Kentler, who called himself Henkel's permanent advisor, intervened on Henkel's behalf, a pattern that repeats throughout more than 800 pages of case files about Henkel's home. Kentler was a well-known scholar, the author of several books on sex education and parenting, and he was often quoted in Germany's leading newspapers and on its TV programs. The newspaper Die Zeit had described him as the nation's chief authority on questions of sexual education. On university letterhead, Kentler issued what he called an expert opinion, explaining that he had come to know Henkel through a research project. He commended Henkel on his parenting skills and disparaged a psychologist who invaded the privacy of his home, making wild interpretations. Sometimes, Kentler wrote, an airplane is not a phallic symbol, it is simply a plane. The criminal investigation was suspended. Marco was impressed by Henkel's apartment. It had 5 bedrooms and was on the 3rd floor of an old building on one of the main shopping streets of Frednau, an upscale neighborhood popular among politicians and writers. 2 other foster sons lived there, a 16-year-old and a 24-year-old, neither of whom was particularly friendly to Marco. But he was delighted to discover an armoire in the hallway that held a cage with 2 rabbits that he could play with and feed. In a report to the Youth Welfare Office, Henkel noted that Marco was excited about almost everything that was offered to him. Every few months, Henkel drove nearly 200 miles with his foster children to see Kentler in Hanover, where he taught. The visits were an opportunity for Kentler to observe the children, to hear what they say about their past, their dreams and fears, to know their wishes and hopes, to see how they each develop, how they feel, Henkel wrote. In a photograph taken during one of their visits, Kentler wears a white button-up shirt with a pen in the pocket, and Marco sits at a dining room table beside him, looking bored and dazed. Marco had been living with Henkel for 1.5 years when Sven moved in. The police had found him in a subway station in Berlin, sick with hepatitis. He was 7 years old, begging for money, and he said that he had come from Romania. Noting that Sven had likely never experienced a positive parent-child relationship, the Youth Welfare Office searched for a foster home in Berlin. Mr. Henkel seemed to be ideally suited to his difficult task, doctors from a clinic at the Free University of Berlin wrote. The 2 boys on different roles in their new family. Sven was the good son, docile and loving. Marco was more defiant, but at night, when Henkel came into his room asking to cuddle or waited for him while he brushed his teeth before bed, he had to comply. I just accepted it out of loyalty because I didn't know anything else, Marco told me. I didn't think what was happening was good, but I thought it was normal. I thought of it a little bit like food. People have different tastes in food, the same way people have different tastes in sexuality. If Sven's bedroom door was open and he wasn't there, Marco knew what was happening. But the 2 boys never talked about what Henkel did to them. It was an absolutely taboo subject, Marco said. One night, Marco took a knife from the kitchen and slept with it under his pillow. When Henkel approached his bed and discovered the blade, he withdrew quickly, called Helmut Kentler, then handed the phone to Marco. There's a devil behind my wall, Marco tried to explain. Kentler had a calming, grandfatherly presence. He assured Marco that there was no such thing as devils, and Marco agreed to surrender the knife. Marco's mother and brother were allowed to visit roughly once a month, but Henkel often canceled the visits at the last minute or cut them short, saying that they were disruptive. Afterward, Marco would sometimes urinate in his bed or lose focus in school, writing numbers and letters backward. It was as if he wanted to say there's no point in anything, Henkel wrote. Kettler warned the Youth Welfare Office that Marco's educational successes are ruined by a few hours of being with his mother. Marco's father was not allowed to see him at all because Henkel reported that Marco said that his dad had beaten him. Marco was so terrified of his father, Henkel said, that he suffered from fearful fantasies when he noticed people of Arab appearance on the street. Marco's teachers recommended that he see a child therapist who was supposed to meet with him for 2 hours a week, but the therapist said that Henkel was holding Marco prisoner. Henkel always sat close by in an adjacent room. Marco remembers that once, after a session began without Henkel's realizing it, he barged into the room and hit the therapist in the face. When a school psychologist referred Sven for counseling too, Henkel would not allow him to take any psychological tests, according to records. "Not with me," he shouted. "If you all want to make a case out of Sven, then do it without me." Sven seemed upset by the outburst, asking Henkel, "Does that mean you want to give me away?" In a letter, Kettler advised the Youth Welfare Office that if psychological assessment had to be done, he would perform it. "Insights beyond my findings are not to be expected," he wrote. He acknowledged that Henkel could appear harsh and hurtful, but I ask you to consider that a man who deals with such seriously damaged children is not a simple person, he wrote in another letter. What Mr. Henkel needs from the authorities is trust and protection. When Marco was 9, his mother petitioned a district judge in Berlin to allow her to spend more time with him. Marco's father told the Youth Welfare Office that he could not understand why Marco was growing up in a strange family, deprived of an Arabic education. He also made massive accusations against the foster father's behavior, a caseworker wrote. But Marco's mother had signed an agreement stating that she would always be guided by the best interests of my child. And that determination was made by the Youth Welfare Office. A hearing was held in March 1992, a month before Marco turned 10. The judge asked to speak privately with Marco, but Henkel stood directly outside the room and said, "If you are being threatened, call out." Marco sounded as if he'd been coached. He told the judge that his foster father, whom he called Papa, loved him, and his birth family did not. When the judge asked if he still wanted his mother to visit, he responded, "Not often." He said that once a year would be better and insisted that Papa should be there. He explained that he was afraid of his biological father, and now that he was with Papa, he was no longer scared, only sometimes at night, he added. This goes on and on. Give me a second here. Anyway, so what goes on is this guy is having a sexual relationship with these kids. This is all being done experimentally. The government knows it's going on. He knows that these children are living with a pedophile. They slowly took these kids away from their families where they had no input from the families at all. And the kids end up just getting worse and worse off. And this kid, Marco, doesn't even find out that what this guy was doing was inappropriate or that the government knew until he's an adult when he reads an article in the paper. So I tell you all that. Well, it says for years Marco tolerated Henkel, but as he began going through puberty, he said, "I started to hate him." He spent an hour each day lifting weights so that he would be strong enough to defend himself. One night when Henkel tried to fondle him, Marco hit his hand. Henkel seemed startled but didn't say anything. He just walked away. Henkel stopped trying to sexually molest Marco, but he became punitive. At night, he locked the door to the kitchen so that Marco couldn't eat. His greed when eating was noticeable, Henkel once wrote. He also hit Marco. "Go on, let off some steam," Marco sometimes said, taunting Henkel. He said he wasn't hitting me, he was hitting the devil inside me. When Marco turned 18, he was legally free to leave Henkel's home, but it didn't occur to him to move out. "It's very hard to describe, but I was never raised to think critically about anything," he said. "I had an empty mind." And that was really important to me because of a lot of what we see our own government doing. So, not that one. Here we go. CDC directs kids to secretive online chat space to explore sex change operations, having multiple genders, the occult. So the reason I tell you the story before is it's hard for people to get their minds around the idea that the government may be sanctioning things that are harmful to children. And I wanted to share with you that that is not uncommon, that this went on in Germany. There were studies, there were other studies done, I can't remember where off the top of my head, where children were given to pedophiles for experimentation from infancy, sexual experimentation on them. So when you see that the CDC is doing this, it shouldn't surprise you because the government has been involved in this sort of thing for a long time. They're just now getting really out about it and they don't care what you think. So this is by Alicia Powell. This is from Gateway Pundit. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention is hell-bent on grooming, killing, and castrating your children. The federal agency that insists on suffocating children for hours in germ-ridden masks and injecting them with dangerous experimental COVID vaccines is now promoting an online chat space for teens to explore gender dysphoria, sex change operations, LGBTQ activism, polyamorous relationships, and the occult. The chat rooms, called Q Chat Space, interesting, huh? Are advertised on the CDC's LGBT Health Resources page and are run in part by Planned Parenthood. Q Chat Space, which describes itself as a professionally facilitated live chat group for LGBTQ plus teens, is available for bi/pan youth of ages 13 to 19 and encourages teens to hide their chats from their parents. Messages in the chat are even designed to be hidden quickly while the chat room is being used. Conversations on Q Chat Space are premised on mature sexual themes, including sex and relationships, having multiple genders, and drag culture 101. Queer youth activism is designed for youth of color. Facilitators in the chat persuade youth to refer to themselves as bizarre things like Z and Zem, and to use new titles such as Black, Genderqueer, Gray Ace, and Neurodivergent, or Black non-binary queer asexual, Natural News reports. Teens can engage in conversations about gender affirmation surgeries and hormone replacement therapy on Q-Chat. I just think it's really interesting that they call this Q-Chat. A meme of a Trojan horse is featured on Q-Chat's Instagram page, notifying children that they may realize they're queer after learning about queerness and being influenced by their friends. Another chat called Finding Chosen Family is aimed at assisting youth with breaking ties with members of the family who won't accept their pangender lifestyle. Quote, there are also chats on astrology, including Queering Tarot, a reference to tarot cards commonly used in occult practices, Breitbart News reports. The sexually, politically, and even spiritually charged material is intermixed with content that appeals to young children, such as conversations on video games, Pokemon, and Star Wars. An introductory video featured on Q-Chat Space homepage implores members of the group to discuss things that help them cope with dysphoria. Our topic today is dysphoria and ways to deal with it. Facilitator Sam, they notes. Let's start with names and pronouns. So you've got Sam who's facilitating. All right, so first question, what are some things that make you feel dysphoric? Like when you feel like your body, how it doesn't match your gender. Tony says, I want to cover up my whole self. Alex, they says, you need to aim higher. I wish I were an incorporated entity person, an incorporeal entity person. June, she, I either cover myself or get really angry. Facilitator, yeah, hoodies are honestly great. June, she, I like wearing big clothes because nobody sees nothing. After Sam, they announces its preferred pronouns, AM, the facilitator urges teen users to adhere to a confidentiality agreement. We want people who use Q Chat Space to feel safe, get support, and make friends. In order to make sure that happens, we need to have clear and mutually agreed upon ways to interact with each other. We ask every person who joins groups on QChat Space to agree that they will 1. Respect others' identities, 2. Keep confidentiality. What's shared here stays here. 3. Be here for support and try to stay positive. 4. Welcome new ideas and different perspectives. 5. Own up to and forgive mistakes. Sam They explains. Does this kind of sound like President Biden whispering to that baby, I've got a secret, you're a sexy baby, don't tell mommy? Like, in what situation is it ever appropriate to tell a child that the activity that they're engaged in is not to be discussed with their parents? It's just crazy. All right, so first question, what are some things that make you feel better when you feel dysphoric? And so they have that conversation. Please don't judge me, Diego, he replies. So growing up, I was told often a man's body should look a certain way. I was told, you think anyone will be attracted to you if you look like that? So I often wore sweaters, stay away from anyone I might like. A button is incorporated on each section of the website showing a stick figure running toward an exit, notifying users to click or tap here for a quick escape. When clicked, the button redirects users to Google's homepage, hiding the site. Yeah, what a nightmare. Poor kids, indeed, AJ. The United Nations World Health Organization is also focused on mainstreaming gender dysphoria. As the Gateway Pundit reported, the WHO is slated to update its guidance on gender to declare that sex is not limited to male or female and goes beyond non-binary. And that's where we're at with that. Coppertop says trauma bond identification with the aggressor. A child depends on connection with an adult to survive. Geez, that's awful. Abusers know they need it. Well, yeah, of course. It's disgusting. Let me see. Not that one. I think it's this one's next. PJ Bull, 2.2 thousand following Q Chat Space on Instagram right now. Wow. Wow, thanks for reporting that right in the feed. That's crazy. So they're on Instagram. You guys make sure you're, keeping up with what your kids are into. I mean, who would have thought Q Chat Space would be what it is? Okay. Unsettling text messages surface after transgender ex-lawmaker is arrested. The way he discusses toddlers is sickening. So this is July 22nd, 2023, by Jared Harris, Gateway Pundit. The case surrounding New Hampshire's first transgender state representative has taken a horrifying turn shortly after he was charged with a disturbing set of crimes. The disgraced ex-lawmaker, 39-year-old Stacey Lawton, was arrested last month on a slew of child pornography charges. The state alleges that Lawton, born Barry Charles Lawton, was sent explicit photos of young children mid-diaper change by his former intimate partner, daycare worker Lindsay Groves. If you think the heinous machinations against defenseless kids couldn't get any sicker, buckle up. A criminal complaint filed against the former legislator Monday contains text messages allegedly exchanged between Lawton and Groves. The depravity of these messages becomes instantly clear once seen. The complaint states that on June 7th, Lawton asked Grove, so you would let me F the little girls that you work with, which Groves then confirmed. Groves works at a daycare center. An even more disturbing conversation seems to have taken place nearly a week later, as explicit pictures of two 3-year-old victims, a male and a female, were reportedly sent to Lawton from the daycare. I'm not going to read what they said back and forth, but I will scroll slow enough so that you can get an idea. She's taking pictures of them without their diapers on. Other conversations too vulgar and explicit to republish can be seen through a link to the original criminal complaint. If you don't believe in the death penalty for nonviolent crimes, you just might change your mind after reading the details of these two depraved individuals. A total of 3 minor victims have been identified so far, all of which have been exploited, and the abuse recorded and allegedly received with enthusiasm by Lawton. This isn't Lawton's only brush with the law. Now, this person was previously a lawmaker. I don't remember what state. In 2022, just days after his November re-election, the transgender lawmaker was arrested after repeatedly violating a stalking order. The order was originally taken out in July of that year before Lawton violated it for the first time in September. A decade before the stalking incidents, Lawton was elected to office in New Hampshire, but withdrew entirely after prior prison terms were revealed. The crimes then were fairly innocuous compared to later accusations, just a bit of identity and credit card fraud. In 2015, Lawton was arrested again for calling in a bomb threat against a New Hampshire medical center. 6 years after that, in 2021, Lawton found himself behind bars for allegedly sending text messages to a local 911 system with no real emergency to report. Where does the Democratic Party find these people? Even a cursory glance at Lawton's criminal history would have seemingly disqualified him from being hoisted to an elected office by any political party. Instead, the transgender lawmaker found support and praise from his colleagues. Unfortunately, it seems the act with which Lawton finally did himself in left multiple innocent victims in its wake. These young children must now go their entire life with the trauma allegedly dealt by one of the left's progressive darlings. This was originally printed in the Western Journal. Isn't that crazy? Taxation and slavery. I agree. New Hampshire 2020 to 2022. Isn't that crazy? So we did that one. Now we're going to do this one. That's the last one of that particular topic. Is there a doctor in the house? This is from a website called Reality's Last Stand. Queering the medical ethics. The reason I'm bringing this one up is the nurses in Kentucky, an article just came out that they were required to take this diversity, equity, and inclusion training. And a lot of the nurses were really complaining about some of the stuff that was being asked of them and required of them. Is there a doctor in the house queering the medical ethics of pregnancy to problematize a desire for normal fetal outcomes? Is an abandonment of evidence-based medicine and the principle of do no harm. So what's happening is these outcomes in pregnancies, the idea that the ultimate outcome is healthy mother, healthy baby is no longer. It is now just affirmed mother, affirmed birthing person. And if the baby comes out disabled, well, don't be so bigoted. And this is by nurses. So I wanted to read this to you. Okay. In recent years, a striking paradigm shift in medical ethics has emerged, driven by progressive political ideologies purporting to champion social justice. This shift has precipitated a surge in initiatives centered around diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI. The resulting effects have varied considerably. They include the introduction of explicit racial bias in treatment protocols and a quest for health equity, and an unsettling disregard for biological sex as an important variable in both medical research and patient care. Instead, the new radical movement favors categorizing individuals based on their self-identified and medically irrelevant gender identity. Even more alarming, we are witnessing a direct assault on the language associated with women's health and medicine. Terms traditionally used in clinical settings, such as mothers, are being replaced with neutral alternatives like birthing parents. Similarly, the term women is frequently substituted with individuals with a cervix, even though nearly half of women don't know what a cervix is, and such language may therefore cause a significant number of women to forego important routine cervical screenings. If you do not know what a cervix is, please let me know, and I will walk you through it. You can send me an email, however you want to do it. If you are a female, you need to know what your parts are called. This trend of overlooking biological sex as a critical medical variable stems from an ideological drive to queer the natural world. The proponents of this view resist categorization, arguing that such practices are instruments of oppression wielded by the powerful against the less powerful. According to this perspective, medicine must eschew not only biological categorization of patients, but also traditional notions of what is deemed desirable or adverse patient outcomes. These ideological shifts have raised substantial concerns regarding potential harm that such denial of biological realities could inflict on patients. However, recent academic discourse has escalated these concerns to new levels. A provocative new paper in the journal Qualitative Research in Health titled Medical Uncertainty and Reproduction of the, quote, Normal, Decision-Making Around Testosterone Therapy in Transgender Pregnancy by Pfeffer and colleagues propels us further down the road of medical malpractice. The authors, a group of transgender sociologists and enthusiasts and healthcare activists, with not one medical degree among them, argue to dramatically move the goalposts of medical ethics, choosing to completely disregard the health, safety, and well-being of the developing fetus, all in the name of trans inclusion. Abiding by their paper's guidance would land us in a vacuum devoid of medical ethics and a seismic shift away from the importance of scientific research and medical evidence in favor of activist-directed healthcare. The next time any public health official tells you that you can't take a drug because there were not double-blind, randomized, placebo-controlled trials, ignore them, because they don't need those. They only need those when they're trying to control you and your doctor. Now there's no science needed to push this new thing. In fact, they're arguing the science with them, and we're told, no, the science is too distasteful. We're not doing this. Authors argue that gendered pregnancy care is too focused on helping women have healthy babies, and that it might be okay for trans men to continue taking testosterone during pregnancy, despite the known health risks to the fetus and effects on its normal development. I'm going to read that again. The authors argue that gendered pregnancy care is too focused on helping women have healthy babies, and that it might be okay for trans men to continue taking testosterone during pregnancy, despite the known health risks to the fetus and effects on its normal development. These are the same doctors that will tell you, don't take ibuprofen, don't take Sudafed while you're pregnant. Testosterone, totally fine. The desire for normal fetal outcomes, according to the authors, is rooted in a problematic desire to protect their offspring from becoming anything other than normal, and reflect historical and ongoing social practices for creating ideal and normative bodies. This from the same people who are totally okay with aborting babies based on gender, based on something being wrong with them, are now advocating for intentionally doing things to cause harm to fetuses, and for us all to let go of this idea that babies need to be born healthy. So in the same breath, they'll tell you to abort your baby because this test that is highly inaccurate says they might have Down syndrome, and you better hurry and abort them before it's too late, are now saying it's okay to take testosterone even though we know it causes harm to the child and the baby will be born some way other than normal. Fascinating, isn't it? I don't know how these people hold these viewpoints at the same time. This is quite frankly insane. In the paper, Pfeffer et al. Maintain that lacking and uncertain medical evidence, HRT with testosterone during pregnancy and chest feeding, in a highly gendered treatment context, pregnancy and lactation care, both patients and providers tend to pursue precautionary, offspring-focused treatment approaches. Shouldn't they be offspring-focused? Good grief. We argue that medical ethics exist to guide medical providers and protect both the expectant mother and her future offspring. The authors of the article strive to underscore the prevailing power dynamic and expertise discrepancy between medical professionals and their pregnant patients. They also highlight lack of training on trans pregnancy care and the failure of the current precautionary approach within a highly gendered space of pregnancy care. I'm sorry, pregnancy is highly gendered. However, conspicuously absent is any robust, concrete data to substantiate their claims. Instead, they bolster their argument by cherry-picking quotations from their study involving a pool of 70 international trans individuals and 22 healthcare providers who self-identified as focusing their practice with trans populations. Before continuing, we must point out the obvious flaw in the article. Pregnancy care isn't gendered, it's sexed. Only the biologically fertile human females of our species possess the physical attributes necessary for pregnancy and childbirth. This is simple biological reality. Let us now turn our attention to the role of a physician in caring for a pregnant woman and the developing fetus. The doctor-patient relationship is sacred, considered to be the core element in the ethical principles of medicine. Medicine's practice at its heart is a moral undertaking, thus conferring upon the physician the fiduciary duty of primum non nocere, first do no harm. In the seminal work Principles of Biomedical Ethics by Tom Beauchamp and James Childress, they delineate the four fundamental principles of medical ethics, often known as the Georgetown Mantra: beneficence, the duty to do good; malfeasance, the duty to not do bad; respect for autonomy, respecting a patient's right to self-determination; and justice, the principle to treat all people equally and equitably. In the context of pregnancy, the physician must uphold these principles toward both the mother and her unborn child. The authors of the new paper are quick to point out the power and expertise imbalance between doctors and patients. This is neither a new nor concerning arrangement. Firstly, it is expected and indeed desirable that our physicians possess deeper knowledge and expertise in the field of medicine. We seek their counsel precisely because of their expertise, and in matters of pregnancy, we particularly rely on those with training in midwifery or obstetrics and gynecology. When complications arise during pregnancy, we consult specialists trained in managing high-risk cases or practitioners of maternal fetal medicine. Secondly, women are keenly aware of the potential power disparities or injustices that exist in medicine, notably in obstetrics and gynecology. This field, with historical roots in unethical practices and racism, often compels women to forego modesty and disclose their vulnerabilities. But one doesn't need to enter a maternity ward to understand the difference between how men and women are treated in medicine. Generally speaking, women are often not accorded the same degree of seriousness as men in healthcare, particularly concerning pain. Research has shown that women's pain and suffering are more frequently dismissed or misdiagnosed, especially among women of color. Instances of women being prescribed sedatives instead of pain medication and misdiagnosis during heart attacks are sadly commonplace. This is true. The recent episode of The Retrievals, a podcast by the New York Times titled The Patients, unveiled startling experiences of women at the Yale Fertility Clinic who underwent intense, unexpected pain during egg retrieval procedures. These women recount how their pain was not taken seriously, and they were not believed. It emerged that a nurse at the clinic had been illicitly swapping fentanyl for saline. Even after this revelation, the center seemed to downplay the harm and pain suffered by these women who had endured excruciating medical procedures with saline salt water as a substitute for anesthesia. These imbalances and injustices are not isolated to trans patients and should not be co-opted as a rationale for altering medical guidelines or evidence-based care, especially regarding the most vulnerable among us, the unborn child. Rather, these disparities should move medical professional societies, such as the American Congress of Obstetrics and Gynecology and the Endocrine Society, to uphold the highest standards of medical practice, grounded in empirical evidence and biological fact, irrespective of a patient's sex. The concerns raised by Pfeffer and colleagues focus on modern treatment approach physicians take, which they deem excessively precautionary and offspring focused. Fortunately, caring for the child and the mother are neither mutually exclusive nor zero-sum. In situations where a woman aspires to become pregnant and commits to motherhood, physicians can provide care that optimizes outcomes for both parties, while minimizing potential harm. If a woman chooses to continue a pregnancy, doesn't the developing fetus also have a right to the four principles of medical ethics? In such cases, the physician is duty-bound to care for both the child and the mother. There will, of course, be circumstances when the mother may need to cease a particular medication or treatment to safeguard the fetus, and the physician must provide comprehensive counsel to the family, elucidating the risks and rewards involved for both the mother and vulnerable life developing in utero. So this goes on and on. They're pushing this testosterone. This raises serious questions. Should we allow unborn children to be the subjects in medical research? Should we allow breastfeeding newborn infants to be subjects in clinical trials? This concern is highlighted in the statement of a participant from the study under scrutiny who pondered, if I take testosterone, will that reduce my milk production? Will it transfer to my kid? I don't know. Again, we don't have any information on that because nobody lets cis women take testosterone and breastfeed. Current research is already probing the effects of testosterone on breast milk production and its impact on breastfeeding infants. One unsurprising preliminary finding suggested that elevated testosterone levels adversely affect milk production. No kidding. The Leche League notes that testosterone interferes with the hormone necessary for lactation, prolactin, and can cause a significant decrease in milk supply and may shorten the length of time a baby is able to breastfeed and increases the amount of formula supplementation. Presently, testosterone is classified as a teratogenic U.S. FDA pregnancy category X drug, suggesting it can induce birth defects. It is labeled as such because studies in pregnant women have demonstrated a risk to the fetus, and/or human or animal studies have shown fetal abnormalities. Risks of the drug outweigh the potential benefits. It's well established that prenatal exposure to androgens, such as testosterone, can cause genital defects in females. Androgens act as masculinizing hormones, guiding the formation of male genitalia and inhibiting the development of a vaginal opening in males. Consequently, medical practitioners are not displaying cisnormativity and judgment in their handling of trans patients regarding testosterone therapy. They are fulfilling their ethical duties of beneficence and non-malfeasance. Given the known effects of testosterone on a developing fetus, a conservative precautionary approach is duly warranted. They want to highlight a direct quote from a woman taking testosterone that Pfeffer highlights in their article. This is this woman's quote. There's a bunch of research around androgen exposure in utero and intersex conditions. I did have a little bit of a complex feeling around working hard to not have an intersex child. As someone who is gender other, to work hard to not create a different body that is gender other, it feels weird. It feels a little hypocritical. But it kind of came down to wanting the child I created to have the most options in their own body, in their own life, which most intersex folks don't have fertility open to them. It's essential to differentiate between intersex and being transgender. And they try to use that word like it's a synonym. It's not. Being intersex is genetically abnormal. It's where the person does not have their secondary sex characteristics are ambiguous. Even their primary sex characteristics are ambiguous. And they can have ovaries on the inside but have external male genitalia. That's very rare. And that is different than being trans. And that's argument you'll see from the trans community a lot. Well, what about people who are intersex? Okay, well, what about them? They're a very, very tiny portion, less than 1% of the population. This whole trans agenda is not because of intersex. It's just not. It's just like, abortion has to be legal because of incest and rape. I'm like, well, okay, well, what if we just made it legal for incest and rape? And then they peel their faces off because they don't really want that. They're just giving you the straw man argument. So for those who wish to become pregnant, taking testosterone can be problematic, as indicated by Planned Parenthood. And of course, they've got to be in the middle of all of this. Some trans men's ability to get pregnant might decrease after taking testosterone for a while, in some cases halting ovulation entirely. In such instances, stopping testosterone may be necessary to conceive. For those who manage to conceive while still on testosterone, the NHS website recommends pausing testosterone usage during pregnancy, and that pregnancy itself could trigger mood fluctuations and exacerbate feelings of gender dysphoria. I mean, if you are so struggling with gender dysphoria, you might want to get that sorted out before you start reproducing. Raising a kid, first of all, carrying a child to term is a big job. And in every single thing that I ate or drank, I thought about. I'm like, okay, I don't want to drink caffeine because that might harm the baby. I don't want to drink alcohol because that might harm the baby. Is the headache really so bad that I should take a Tylenol, or can I just tough it out because I don't want to harm the baby? And this whole trans group is talking about, well, why is the baby so important? It's more important what the trans person experience is. And so what if the baby comes out and they're a little messed up? The fact that we affirm the trans person is more important than that. And if you think about it, it's a reasonable argument considering the fact that we're arguing about should abortion be legal up until the 9th month or even after. I mean, how did we not know that it was going to go this direction? And it was funny because when this all started, I said this. I was like, this is crazy. Pretty soon, you're going to have these trans men who are women wanting to have babies and be on hormones while they're pregnant. And I didn't think they would take it as far as breastfeeding. That even shocked me, but here we are. And so now they're talking about the hormonal shifts for breastfeeding. Physicians must consider these factors when counseling a patient who's also taking exogenous hormones like testosterone. The effects of external testosterone on the female body during pregnancy, postpartum, and breastfeeding remain unknown. And I would argue on the male body. That person who is pregnant should not be putting out testosterone. I mean, yes, we put it out in small amounts to help cook a male child's into a male, and it plays into brain development and the development of the sex characteristics. But this isn't going to be good for the little boys either. I think if you chose to have a pregnancy and your female hormone levels would be already so high that testosterone probably wouldn't even mentally help. If you're producing breast milk and you couldn't be without testosterone for mental health, if you couldn't deal without testosterone, then you probably shouldn't be pregnant. Exactly. And yes, if you take testosterone and you're depressed, it will improve it. If you take testosterone, I'm talking about if you're a female and you have low libido, it will improve it. If you lack energy, it will improve those things. And if you're taking testosterone just because your body isn't making the normal amount, because female bodies do make a small amount of testosterone, yes, some women are supplemented. I take supplemental testosterone since my hysterectomy because for some reason my body will not make that little bit of testosterone, and I just feel horrible if I don't take it. But I would not consider, of course I can't, but I would not consider getting pregnant while taking those things. It says, upon reviewing the treatment approach proposed in this article, it's clear that the authors lack a nuanced understanding of medical ethics and the principles of evidence-based medicine. They offer a distorted interpretation of the 4 basic principles of medical ethics and their application to patient care. If a trans man seeks to conceive and bear a child, the physician is obligated to safeguard both patients, the parent and the fetus. The author's suggestion that medical providers should deviate from the principle of do no harm to follow paths where the evidence indicates harm is quite shocking. This perspective, driven more by ideology, emotions, and personal desires than by evidence, conflicts with the foundations of evidence-based medicine. It does. This is crazy. This is crazy that we're now taking this turn toward, you want to have the experience, you want to be trans, or you are trans, you want to walk that out with drugs and potential surgeries. And you also want to give life to another being without any consideration as to how the things that you're ingesting might affect that child, and as to how you breastfeeding that child might not be good for the kid. It doesn't matter. As long as you're enjoying it and you're living your best life and having your best experience, then I guess it's okay. It's the craziest thing ever. But that's where we are, guys. We're now trying to convince nurses that we shouldn't say anything. Hey, that testosterone might be dangerous to your unborn child that you want so badly. Well, how ableist of you. How ableist of you as a nurse or a doctor to warn a patient that, hey, you might be causing physical harm to your baby. You ableist. That's where we're at, you guys. We've hit full crazy time. All right, here we go. This is the last one. It says you read it here first. You didn't read it here first. You heard it from me first. I've been talking about this for a long time, that I thought that Joe Biden will not run to the primary, that I am concerned that he would be Kennedy'd, if you know what I mean, or that they would blame that on somebody from the opposite political party for points, or that he'll just have some accident or have some health concern that causes him to step out. I think they might use the Hunter thing against him to force his hand, because I don't think they want him to run. But we'll see. Copper Top says, these people remind me of biblical Amorites who sacrificed babies to Moloch. Yep. Recently watched an archaeological dig at an Amorite child sacrifice site. Wow. Copper Top, if you go back and you look at the book club two book clubs ago. So we did, right now we're doing The Giver on Wednesday mornings. Before that, we did The Velveteen Rabbit. Before that, we did Jonathan Cahn's The Return of the Gods. And it talks about all of that and what's going on. You'd really enjoy that. So maybe go back and listen to that series. You read it here first. Joe Biden will step down from office after sudden medical emergency before weak and feckless Republicans muster up the nerve to impeach him. On Tuesday, the House Oversight Committee released a 14-year timeline of the Biden crime family's influence peddling and selling out America to foreign regimes, including Communist China. The Oversight Committee is likely just scratching the surface of the criminal actions by Joe Biden, his son Hunter, and the extended family. The Biden family was selling out Americans to Ukraine, Romania, and Communist China, and there's plenty of proof. On Wednesday, IRS whistleblower, the Copper Top's going to look, Joseph Ziegler confirmed in sworn testimony to Congress that the Biden family received approximately $17 million in bribes from China, Romania, and other countries in exchange for political favors. On Thursday, Chuck Grassley released the FBI document showing Joe Biden was involved in a $10 million bribery scheme with Burisma CEO Mikola Zlochevsky. Oh gosh, these names. Zlochevsky. The FD 1023 form alleged then Vice President Joe Biden forced Zlochevsky, a Ukrainian oligarch, to pay himself and his son Hunter Biden a total of $10 million in exchange for a political favor. On Friday, Rudy Giuliani told the War Room audience, the evidence collected against the Biden crime family is the strongest case I've ever seen and greater than the evidence his team had in New York in the 1980s to take down the mafia's 5 families. So what now? Democrats are moving to jail President Trump on illegitimate charges in garbage court cases. Where are the Republicans? We all know the answer to this. Before Joe Biden is impeached, he will have a slip, a fall, or a medical emergency. His administration will tearfully announce Joe is stepping down from office. Democrats and their lapdog media will then insist the Biden's crime story is yesterday's news and has already been prosecuted. The American public will be lectured on what a great leader Joe Biden was and how he should be forever honored in our memories and the history books. Republican leadership and uniparty members will breathe a sigh of relief that they will not be forced to go through impeachment proceedings, and they will tell us this is not who we are. Just watch. You know it's true. I agree. Yes, AJ says, I remember the video of him bragging about getting that judge fired. Absolutely. And that was in a pay-for-play scandal. They fired the judge, and they gave them, he released the $100 million or $100 billion, $1 billion. I think it was $1 billion in loan guarantees, and they received money for this. This is just how they do business, and this has been going on for some time. If you guys don't watch Robert Gavoya, let me find his page real quick for you. This fella here. Are we still on a screen share? Yes. Where you at, Robert? Kennedy. All right, where's my buddy? Liz, Andrew. Okay, I subscribed to his page. I'll have to search him. Well, I can't think of how to spell his last name. This is crazy. Robert. Okay, I follow this guy. This guy. That's weird. Yeah, Watching the Watchers, Robert Gavoya. Anyway, if you don't watch him, you guys, he's great. He really breaks down all of this legal stuff that's going on. Tracy Beans does a really good job too. She covers a lot of current events, which is a lot of why I like hers. But I like Robert's too. Robert kind of goes line through line of things and explains them and explains legal terms and stuff. So I really enjoy him. If you guys get a chance, follow Robert. He does a really good job. As does Tracy. I see Salty's on already, stealing all my viewers. Last American Vagabond is good. Andrew Clavin is wonderful. If you don't watch Andrew, Dan Bongino's good. Gavoya, thank you. Enlightened says, well, son of a bitch, he was fired. Exactly. That whole thing was illegal. And it's so funny because he keeps talking about this phone call between Zelensky and Trump, which Zelensky even says was fine, where Trump's like, maybe you should look into the Bidens because they were seeing a bunch of strange stuff. And so now that supposedly is a punishable offense with jail time. And they're going after him on all of this. But here you've got Joe just admitting it and laughing about it, bragging, basically. And that's just fine. That's just fine. The fact that the guy that was the prosecutor that they fired was getting ready to investigate Burisma, which is where Hunter Biden was on the board and was getting paid money to do nothing. I'm sure that just had absolutely nothing to do with why Joe Biden wanted him fired. Give me a break. It's kind of like them telling us that, do you remember when they told us that there were no biolabs in Ukraine, no U.S. funded biolabs? Those are, first they told us they didn't exist at all. Then they were like, no, yes, Ukraine has health labs, as though people were going there to get, their cholesterol checked. And I knew, from the beginning, I was saying, look, this isn't true, because when I was researching COVID, I was pulling up research from labs all over the world, and I had research from labs in Ukraine on COVID, and you put them into Google and it'll translate them for you. That's how I was reading them. So I knew they had biolabs there. So then they were like, oh, no, they're health labs. I'm like, they're not health labs. They're just doing research. Nobody's going in there, because they need pathology done on a tumor or whatever. And so then they're like, well, yeah, they're biolabs, but we don't run them. Ukraine runs them. Well, no, our military contractors run them. And so then they're like, okay, yes. And yes, our military contractors are running them. And yes, they do have dangerous things that could be used as biological weapons. And if a biological weapons gets out, it's definitely Russia that did it. And I'm like, but it's in Ukraine, and where our military contractors are running it. So how then would it be Russia's fault if something got out? Just, are you tired of being lied to yet? I've just had it. And it's so funny because, I like, what do you guys think about Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? I've not decided how I'm going to vote. I'm not I don't consider myself overtly political. I dislike politicians as a rule, just because I look and see how much money they make. So I looked up how much money, hold on, I'll look this up for you. When I try to figure out if I should trust a politician, Google is a great thing. So I decided, what is Jim Jordan's, not Mortensen, Jordan's net worth? Okay, so Jim Jordan got his master's degree in education from Ohio State University and a Juris Doctor from the Capital University of Law School. So he has a law degree. He is worth, his salary is $174,000. He is worth $21 million. Let's see what his investments are. Hold on, let me come over here and I can take you guys with me. Okay. Block. His investments. It's worth $21 million. He's got stocks, bonds, and real estate, written several books, including The 7 Principles of a Good Life and Unfit for Command, The Disgrace of Roger Ailes, and The Fall of Fox News. His net assets are $7 million, liability and loans $3 million, investments $8 million, business income, donations $600,000. He got $1 million family inheritance, $8 million in real estate assets, 2 yachts, watches. Okay, $21 million. Net worth. Maxine Waters. Okay, Maxine gets 185K a year in salary, 200,000 monthly income. She's worth 10 million, as per the latest tax filing documents. I don't know when that was. She's also received over 2 million through family inheritance. But anyway, you can go through here and you can look up all kinds of people. You can look up Thomas Massey. And there's actually, if you guys watch, I can't think of his name. He's got, hold on. Okay, they only have numbers from 2018 on him. His net worth is 2 million, almost 3. Crop productions, credit unions. He graduated from MIT, so I would expect him to be a high earner. But 2 million, that's not a ton of money. But that's in 2018. So anyway, you can look that up. I can't remember what I was going to tell you after that. But I always look up what they're worth. My opinion is that none of them are trustworthy. A lot of people like Rand Paul, and Rand Paul's okay. He's one of ours here in Kentucky, but I don't trust Rand Paul because his wife invested in remdesivir from Gilead Sciences. She invested in Gilead Sciences before remdesivir was even in clinical trials and approved. And I just think that's really interesting. And then they held back that they had invested in it, didn't turn that in timely the way they were supposed to. And then when they did finally get caught on it and turn it in, they were like, well, we lost money. And I'm like, I know, but you still tried to make money off the pandemic, which isn't illegal. It's illegal if you're us, because that would be considered insider trading because you know what's going on up there. But if you're in government, it's not illegal. So, can you really fault people for a system that is set up to not be illegal? I guess you can't, but it sure makes you think, doesn't it? It makes me wonder, when somebody's got, let's see what Nancy Pelosi is worth. Nancy. And like I said, heck, let's look at Mitch McConnell. There's a skunk. McConnell net worth. Mitch McConnell. Okay, I need some commas in that. That's 2018. I don't know. Reports vary. Here's 20. Okay. Mitch McConnell's net worth is 95 million US dollars. 95 million. Million. I can't even get my brain around what that would look like. We had a fundraiser for 4K to help my son fix his car. $95 million. Let's see where Nancy Pelosi is. This is what I'm saying. These people are all bought and paid for, no matter who you vote for. I do like Kennedy, and I would love to see Kennedy over the FDA. I really would. Nancy Pelosi is worth, that's 2022. Do we have 2023? Uh, 2020, she was at 115 million. And that was a rise of 41 million since 2004. I can't find anything more recent than 2022. 165 million in 2023. 165 million. You guys, there is an app that lets you actually follow. What is that guy's name? Matt, I think it's Matt Kors. Hold on, I'll find him for you. If you guys are interested in the stock market, crypto, things like that, Matt's a good guy to follow for that. Hold on, I'll pull his page up for you. Oh, not Kors. Sorry, Matt. If I could spell. All right, Matt Kors. Here we go. So this is Matt, and Matt talks about the app where you can. Are we on screen share? Yeah. Okay, so there's Matt Kors' show. He does a great show. He's funny. I can follow some of what he says, but he's got a video on here, and he talks about this app that you can go and be a part of. Is it Stocks? No. And you can make all kinds of money because you will be following what Congress is and what people that are in Congress are investing in. I can't find it. He does a lot of videos. But anyway, you can go through there and you can find it. He tells you the name of the app and everything. And you can become rich and filthy famous off the crap they know. I mean, why not, right? They shouldn't hold it all to themselves. Maxine Water, copper top. Tell me what you really think, bud. Maxine Waters is the Zuni fetish doll from the old Karen movie Amelia in the Trilogy of Terrors. I can't see me ever watching that, so I will take your word for it for sure. Hey Kay, RFK Jr. is compelling. Match him with Vivek, and you'd probably have my vote, whatever the party. Yeah, I agree. So you know what's interesting is, and I said this when DeSantis started running. It is one thing to be a good governor when your party is in control, right? So he doesn't face a lot of pushback because the Republicans pretty much run everything in Florida. And so I think it's much easier to be a good governor when you're not fighting the other side, when you've got the votes to put through whatever you want to put through. I think that is a far different scenario as far as readiness than what Trump went through in his first presidency, where they were just constantly at him. They were constantly trying to undo everything he did. You can go through. There's like this huge list of all the things they did actually accomplish despite everything that went on. That said, the jabs, I wish he had some perfect opportunities to say, hey, this is not what I was told. I was told safe and effective. I did not see this information until it was FOIA'd. They had to have lawsuits to get this. This is how much they kept from us. And he had the perfect excuse. Pence was over it. He could have said, well, Mike Pence didn't look into that. He could have blamed Mike. There's a million ways he could have got around it. He could have said, when I was there, we didn't have this data. All we knew is what the drug companies were telling us. And that was that it was safe and 99% effective, whatever. But now we are seeing harm, and that's something we need to look at. But he's not. He's never going to give on it. And I think that is that's a character flaw in him. And it's okay. Everybody that's running for office has a character flaw. But it worries me because, we now have local transmission of malaria. They're now talking about what's the latest one that they're saying is going to take over in Britain or something. Congo Crimean hemorrhagic fever. It's got a 40% kill rate on it. You've got to be bitten by a tick. So I don't think it's going to be a mass spreader. But, I worry. Thank you for the donation, Copper Top. I worry because what if something else comes along? Would he do that again? Would he do the warp speed again? Would it get through? Would there be anybody to throttle it? That's why I like the idea of JFK being over the FDA. It's not going to happen if Biden runs. It's not going to happen if Biden doesn't run. If Biden doesn't run, Newsom will be he'll win the primary, period. They'll make it happen. They did it when Bernie ran. This is why I don't understand why Democrats aren't more upset. I'm like, Bernie won the primaries twice and they stole it from him. How can you continue to vote for a party that steals from you directly? And the Republicans do the same. I'm kind of looking for somebody that can handle the nonsense that's going on in there. And I don't really know that it's anybody other than Trump. And he shoots himself in the foot in a lot of ways. I don't know what's going to happen with the lawsuits. I think he probably ought to keep quiet about them so that he doesn't get muzzled, because if he's not careful, that's what's going to happen. They're going to gag him and he's not going to be able to say anything. He'd do best just to not mention it. But that said, I don't know what he knows. I don't know what he knows about the vaccines. I don't know what he knows about the people in charge. I don't know what he knows about any accountability that might be coming. So when I give an opinion, I'm giving it from my little Winchester, Kentucky point of view and everything I've read. I absolutely don't know a lot of things that might change my mind. But anyway, with DeSantis, I think, his campaign is just hitting the bricks. There's a big campaign shakeup. He's firing a bunch of people. I think that he's starting to see that running a state where your party holds all the sway is a lot different than running an election for president. And he's just not doing very well at it. I do like Vivek Ramaswamy. I would be glad with him, I think. I don't know what he can really get done. I don't know who his allies are. I don't know where he is with the Freedom Caucus. I just need to hear more. I don't know that they're not going to throw Trump in jail, and I don't know that he could even run if he is in jail. They're trying to make sure that he can't. So we'll see what happens there. Coppertop says it's creepy. Was terrified as a little kid seeing that, looking up the image of Zuni fetish doll. Yeah, I would imagine that would be very traumatizing. Gypsy Princess, everybody needs to get chlorine dioxide, learn how to use it before you need it. Yeah, check out Universal Antidote. I've got the book. It's a free download. I've got chlorine dioxide. I also recommend that everybody have 2% Lugol's iodine. J. Crow is a good company to order that from. JCROWE. Let me pull up an image of that. You're taking Lugol's iodine, which most of us should be. You want to absolutely make sure you're taking 200 micrograms of selenium. Lugol's iodine, J. Crow. This is what it looks like, guys. And you can order it from J. Crow. They also sell it on Amazon. 2%. Start slow, because if you're iodine deficient, you've got bromide and other things on the iodine receptors that has to come off, and that can be miserable. So go slow. Start with a couple drops a day. Take the selenium. I just put it in lemonade. I take a dropper and a half, and 200 micrograms of selenium, and it'll get rid of anything that you've got. I mean, I had a little cold brewing last week, and went in and took it and was fine by the next day. We used this during COVID. We put 1 drop of this in 5 milliliters of saline and nebulized it. People did great. I'm not giving medical advice. I'm not a doctor. I'm just telling you what I did. But yeah, I would say the 3 things that I always keep on hand are Lugol's iodine. I've got 2%. I think I've got 5%, and I've got a liter of 2% in case we were to have some kind of radiological fallout, because that gloms onto the thyroid and it keeps it from taking up the bad iodine, the radioactive iodine. And I keep methylene blue on hand, because methylene blue, Lugol's iodine, and chlorine dioxide will take care of about any infection you've got. With the chlorine dioxide, no matter how slow I go, I cannot take it. It makes me sick. But the Lugol's iodine and the methylene blue both do the same basic things, except for methylene blue repairs the endothelial tissue inside the vessels. So where those get damaged and hardened by plaques over your lifetime, if you take vitamin K2, 200, I think it's micrograms on the K2. You want to take at least 200 a day. Vitamin K2 high dose. Let's do Amazon. Well, you can get it with D3, but you can get it by itself too. Let's look at this one. It's Bronson, but it doesn't have the K2 in it. There we go. Okay, so a mega vitamin K2, this has 45,000 micrograms of MK4. This one is good. That's got 5,000 micrograms. You just want to be on a good wallop of vitamin K2. And the reason is it pulls all that hardening out of the arteries. So all the calcium deposits that are in the arteries, it pulls those out, and it sends the calcium where it should go, to the bones and the teeth and different places. And methylene blue then acts to repair the endothelial lining. If you want to learn about methylene blue and hold on, I'll show you. I can my longest link ever. Okay, so if you go to this guy, is Sunfruit Dan. He does not mention the selenium, but you need to be taking selenium. And if you're taking Lugol's iodine and you're feeling off, you want a salt load because the salt helps pull the bromide off and it's not supposed to be there, pulls off bromide and heavy metals off of the thyroid and the iodine receptors. And so, is it Highland salt? No, it's Redmond's salt. It's a sea salt, really, really good. I take an eighth a teaspoon of that twice a day in lemonade, and it helps pull all that stuff off. So if you're having acne and things like that from iodine, that's what it is. It's the bromide coming off. It's not the iodine. But anyway, Sunfruit Dan here on Rumble has got all kinds of stuff on Miracle Mineral Solution, Lugol's iodine, methylene blue. Anyway, just you could sit and watch videos all day long. This guy's got tons of information, so I don't go over it again because he's doing it well. Gypsy Princess, to be ready for the next scamdemics. Yeah, water purification. Yeah, I use tap water and I put it into a hard plastic container, and then I put 2 drops of the mineral solution in a plastic spoon, 2 drops of the activator, and then I stir it into the water, and then I leave the lid open so the chlorine can off gas, and it makes very tasty water, better than the bottled stuff. Copper Top says Janet Yellen is the Lemonhead from Lemonhead Candy Box. And Fetterman is the alien from the Battleship movie. Oh, I've not seen that one. RFK over the FDA. I love it. Hilarious. Do you not really like it, Kay? I just think the FDA would just shrivel up and die. They would lose their minds. They do not want RFK there. They don't want anybody telling you the truth about childhood vaccinations. I mean, there's 72 injections your kid needs. I've been vaccinated for measles, mumps, rubella, diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis, polio. I've had 2 sets of the hepatitis thing, the series, the 3 shots, for nursing school. Took the first one, developed no antibodies, had to do it again, developed no antibodies. So now I have 6 hepatitis injection vaccines in me and no immunity to hepatitis. But I'm not working as a nurse, so that's not a huge deal. But I mean, absolutely no reason, no good science on why newborns need a hepatitis vaccine. If you can name me a good reason, I'd be really interested to hear it. There's just all this stuff. I'm a mean redhead woman, says Copper Top. That's all right. You come here and hang out and be mean. We need some people with some backbone for sure. Things have got crazy in this country. But yeah, I love the idea of RFK Jr. over the FDA, and I just want to watch them scream and cry and listen to the heads explode. You know, we'll have to hire a mop crew, but they've got it coming after everything they've done to us. They just approved remdesivir for use in people with kidney failure. So the World Health Organization came out and said, don't use it at all. And the initial guidelines were if the patient had reduced liver function or reduced kidney function, definitely don't use it. And they were using it anyway. Then the World Health Organization came out and said, don't use it at all for COVID. It doesn't work well. It causes more problems than it helps. And so what do? We now okay it for people with liver damage. We've okayed it for people with reduced renal function. And we're using it for COVID. All the things even the World Health Organization said we should not do. And we just go right ahead. We just keep approving this stuff. They've got this RSV vaccine that is, I guarantee you, is getting ready to be approved. They're going to start giving it to pregnant women and little babies and old people. And people will just line up and take it. Old people will do it because they don't want to make their little grandbabies sick. Mothers will do it because doctors have scared them to death about RSV. You know, I'm super curious to know in these infants who are getting RSV and getting really sick, are they breastfed? Because breast milk is notoriously low in vitamin D. And so, you know, I'm amazed at how many doctors don't inform women who are lactating that they need to be taking vitamin D to make sure that their vitamin D levels are good, because that's the only place that the baby's going to get it. And also iodine deficiency is very common in children. It's the number 1 cause of lower IQ. So mental retardation, autism, ADHD, we can trace a lot of that back to iodine deficiency in pregnancy. and they tested a bunch of the pregnancy vitamins and found that they don't even have the iodine in them that they say they have in them. And I just think it's on purpose. Like, you're creating this group of people who you know will have a lower IQ, and you don't immediately do something to fix it. And they reduce the amount of vitamin or of iodine that they say we need by half of what like women in Japan might get. And low IQ, mental retardation, ADD, ADHD, autism, you almost don't see in Japan. And I have to wonder if it's because they take in so much iodine, and they take in what our government would tell us is dangerous. And, so I worry about moms breastfeeding, well, even bottle fed babies, formula. I worry about the baby not getting enough iodine, not getting enough selenium, not getting enough vitamin D, and you add all of that up and then throw in an RSV infection, and there you go. Now you've got a severe infection one of my children got RSV, my youngest, and was almost life flighted out of our little hospital because his condition was so critical. We started praying for him. He was in an oxygen tent, and we prayed and prayed, and they were like, if he doesn't turn it around in the next half hour, we're going to fly him out. And they were arranging the life flight. And I was praying, and dang, if that little child didn't look up and try to sit up. And he was just little, like 9 months old. I had just quit nursing him. And he turned it around and didn't end up having to go to the children's hospital. Kay says, what the F? The elites are definitely trying to reduce population. Well, I mean, they all but said that. Didn't Kamala say that the other day? Pretty sure. Hold on, we'll look. Kamala. Here we go. Oh, it's 10 minutes. Let's do this one. I hope you guys will be able to hear this. Let me unshare it. I think it's got to be a full screen or something for you to be able to hear it, the audio. Okay. Screen share. Okay, let's see if this works. Let me know if you can't hear it. Hold on.
There is so much about what we are accomplishing in these last 2 years with the work we have done. I'm here. So every day, all across our nation, we feel and see the impact of the climate crisis. I mean, if you watch the morning news, it will be the lead story. It's been every day for the last couple of weeks. It is the lead story.
Why?
I think we finally, at least in our progress, come to the point that most people can no longer deny it because it is so obvious. Think about the impact on something like public health. When we invest in clean energy and electric vehicles and reduce population, more of our children can breathe clean air and drink clean water.
She didn't even catch herself. She didn't even think like, oh crap, I just said that out loud. Like when I say stupid things, I usually know right away, maybe because I'm smart. But right away, I usually think, oh man, that was dumb. And I correct myself. But no, she's like, well, reducing the population. I'm sorry, what part of our public health policy or public any policy calls for a reduction in population? I would like to see this document because apparently it exists. Kamala's talking about how she wants to reduce population so more children will have a chance to breathe clean air and drink clean. They don't care about your air or your water. None of them. None of them care about it. Politicians care about staying in power and making money. I believe there's probably a small group that is like, oh my gosh, this place is crazy. It's totally gone off the rails. We have to do something. But I think that group is incredibly small. And I don't think they're big enough to make a difference. Now, do I still think you should vote? Absolutely. You should absolutely get involved on the local level. You should spread as much knowledge as you can to wake as many people up as you can so that people are at least aware of what's going on. But this whole idea that the climate is definitely an emergency because it's on the news every day, I'm like, whatever you prescribe is on the news every day. When you wanted a daily head count of COVID deaths, that was on the news every day. And when you wanted to tell us that we were all awful racist bigots who couldn't help but being racist because we're white and it's just a condition we're born with, that's all we heard on the news. When you wanted to tell us it was peaceful to burn down cities, that's all we heard on the news. So the fact that that's all we hear on the news does not make something true. It just means that the government and the news work together, and we're hearing everything that you want us to hear ad nauseum, in the dosages that you think it will take to get us to agree to whatever nonsense it is that you want us to agree with. And we're done with it. We're not stupid. We know what you're doing. We're on to your game. And no, you can blast it on the TV 24/7 that the earth's going to explode, but I have eyes and I can walk right outside and see that everything is fine. And I know that there is a God, and that if the earth does explode, that's probably just the way we were supposed to end. And that the earth most likely is not going to explode. I'm amazed that even my own children are convinced of this. They're scared to death. We've got to get these electric vehicles in. I'm like, how? Like, there's no common sense. They're so panicked that they don't even think. And I'm like, how are you going to make all of these cars, these electric cars, when they're trying to close down all coal production now? You need that energy to make the next energy source, or you'll have no way to make it. And are you okay with all of the little brown and black children mining for lithium and cobalt and all these other things? You're okay with that level of slavery for your clean electric cars, which are by no means clean. God forbid that thing catch on fire or flood, because all of that. And do you think these lithium ponds are good for the environment? The whole thing is just bananas. I feel like people have just completely swallowed it, hook, line, and sinker, and they really believe the earth is going to explode. And I understand it, because when I was a kid, I was terrified of the next ice age. And my dad was like, Penny, they've been saying all this stuff forever. It's not going to happen. You're going to be okay. There's not going to be another ice age. And he was right. And if you go back, they're like, oh, it's the hottest day in 120,000 years. I'm sorry, I didn't know that we were able to take measurements of temperature 120,000 years ago, or that those were recorded in some location that has been transmitted to us through the years. I was unaware of that. These are models. These are the same models that they used to tell us we were all going to die of COVID. So be very careful believing these models. Coppertop says these people are demons. She's so narcissistic that she doesn't care. I think Kamala might have histrionic personality disorder, allegedly. I agree. I think a lot of these people that are so sure that their kids are trans because their little girl wants to play with trucks or tools. It used to be that was a bigoted thing to say, that, a little girl, because she wants to play rough and tumble and she wants to play with trucks instead of dolls, is a tomboy. That got to be something that we didn't say anymore, because we understood that a human being's interests might expand beyond pink and blue, and that didn't necessarily make your little girl a tomboy. It just meant she had broader interests than Barbie dolls. And now that's the criteria we're using to determine that children need to have their genitals chopped off, or they need to take puberty blockers or cross-sex hormones. I mean, things that were complete. I was a tomboy. My mom would have never thought that I was a girl born into the wrong body, or a boy born into a girl's body. Never. The thought never occurred to her. My little daughter, I would bathe her with the two little boys when they were teeny, and she would tell me, I want a penis. When do I get to have a penis? And I would tell her when she got married. And I finally asked her one day, why do you want a penis? And she said, because I want to pee standing up. I'm like, oh, shoot, you can do that. Stood her up, put her in the bathtub, put the little potty, the little bucket under her. And I'm like, pee, girl, do it. And she says, no, Mom, I want to aim it. And I'm like, okay, well, that's going to take practice. I don't know what to tell you. But in my mind, that never meant that she was born into the wrong body, even though her statements on that persisted for well over a year. She saw her parts as lack of parts. The boys had penises and testicles, and she didn't. And I said, what you have is your own special part. Women have a vagina. Women can have babies. Men cannot do that. And she's like, I don't want to have a baby. I want to pee standing up. And I'm like, okay, well, with practice, you can master that too. But never did I believe that she was actually a boy, and she's a mother of 2 children now, and as female as any female I've ever seen. Lisa Jacks, hi, sweetheart. Copper Top says, those people who say their kids are trans, I believe, suffer fictitious disorder imposed on another. Yeah, we did a show on that not too long ago about the symptoms of Munchausen by proxy, fictitious disorder imposed on another, and the signs and symptoms. And it's almost always single moms, divorced moms, who were previously, what is that called, where you always think you're dying of something? Hypochondriacs, and are now kind of walking that out with their kids because there's a lot of attention involved. You can get a lot of public limelight for coming out about it. And it very much strikes me as what I saw when I was learning about fictitious disorder imposed on another. I'm like, wow, this trans thing looks a lot like that. And even the women who gave testimony in Congress a while back, it's been a couple of months ago, the one woman said, well, I knew when I bought my daughter that Fisher-Price tool table, I even joked to myself, well, I hope this doesn't turn her into a boy. And I just didn't realize how prophetic those words were. And I'm like, or it's you. It's you. You're pushing all this on your child. You're now telling your child how they identify. And that needs to be in a way that is getting you some attention, is what it looks like to me. So how is her aim nowadays? As far as I'm aware, she does urinate sitting down, but I will get with her and find out. My little granddaughter, her little girl Sophie, so cute. She said, Grandma, I am not going to be girlfriend with the boy who lives behind us. I'm going to be girlfriend with Atlas. Atlas will be my boyfriend. Atlas is her brother. And her older cousin is 8, Nora. And Nora's like, Atlas cannot be your boyfriend. He's your brother. And she said, he can too be my boyfriend. I am not going to be boyfriend with that boy that lives behind me. He smells weird. Atlas doesn't smell weird, and he's very neat. I'm going to marry him when I grow up. I'm like, those are great criteria. And so Nora was so upset about it, and that I wouldn't let her continue to argue with Sophia. And I said, sweetheart, when I was 7, I told my dad that I was going to marry him when I grew up. I said, Daddy, when I grow up, I'm going to marry you. And he said, well, what about your mother? And I said, well, she'll probably be dead by then. It's so horrible. Didn't work out that way, thank goodness. But as a little girl, I thought, who could be smarter or more handsome than my dad? I was explaining this to Don because he doesn't have a daughter. And I said, there's just that idol worship that little girls have for good dads. And I just thought my dad was it. I'm like, who else would anyone want to be married to but my dad? He knows everything about everything. Any question I ask him for, he's got an answer. He's got a beard. He's beautiful. And that's what I thought. I thought when I grew up, I would marry my dad. Copper Top, I may be retired Baltimore police officer, but now I'm into psychology. I love family systems theory, attachment theory, somatic symptom related disorders, and cluster B personality. Yeah, I was talking to a friend of mine the other day about people with women, particularly with borderline personality disorder, not multiple personality, borderline personality disorder. And I was telling her about how they split people. They'll split their friend group, right? And so and I had this happen to me with a lady that we worked with. She was stealing drugs. And so she would tell the day shift that the night shift said all these horrible things about them and didn't like them. And then she would tell the night shift that we said horrible things, both ways around, however that goes. And so we all would never talk to each other, which kept us from comparing notes about her behavior. And when she finally got caught coming in, taking drugs out of somebody's IV, and then bouncing off a couple of lockers, then we all started talking, and we realized that all these lies had been made up. All these people we thought didn't like us had no opinion on us other than that they knew that we didn't like them, which wasn't true either. And that she was blaming some of us for missing drugs, was blaming me for missing drugs. And I'm like, let's go take a drug test. Let's go right now. We had a patient that was on the ventilator and was on OxyContin. And so when it came my days to give OxyContin, I always put a line through it and put patient NPO, meaning nothing by mouth, patient on ventilator, and tube feeding. And you can't give OxyContin in a tube feeding because you would have to crush it and the whole dose would be released. So you couldn't do that. So one day, pharmacy came in with I want to say the director over the ER, this is a small hospital, and they took urine from that patient's catheter bag. And they came in and they asked me, they said, how are you giving the OxyContin? And I'm like, I'm not giving it. I'm just one-lining it. I'm not having it taken off of the MAR, the medical record, in case the patient were to wake up and need it. But I'm one-lining it as not given. And you'll notice on all the days I'm here, I'm one-lining it as not given. I don't know what other people are doing, but I'm assuming they're not giving it. Well, they had asked her, and she said she was giving it, putting it through the feeding tube, and she should know better, being our charge nurse, or our unit coordinator. And so anyway, I guess when they tested that urine, there was no OxyContin in it, of course, because she hadn't been giving it. And that kind of was, so then she was like, well, and then some morphine like came up, a syringe, empty syringe of morphine came up in a bathroom down the hall that we don't use. And so she was like, well, Penny took it out. And I'm like, well, no, I didn't. You took it out. And I don't have it. And I didn't leave the unit. And we had a tech there who knew that I didn't leave the unit because I don't smoke. And she's like, no, Penny was here all day. She doesn't smoke. She did not leave the unit. And that's how they kind of started figuring out it was our boss. But yeah, in the meantime, she was trying to set us up. And you know, here you're trying to help this person. You think they're, you know, she had this big sob story. And so we would all, you know, if she was tired on her shift, we would all kind of cover for her while she would go take a nap in one of the clean rooms or whatever. Because we're like, gosh, she's just got this really hard life and she's working so hard. And it turned out she was playing everyone. Lisa says, we have a niece who has PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, and refuses hormones. She wears a chest binder and has let facial hair go crazy, bless her heart. My stepson cried and cried when he learned his dad and I were married. I finally had to tell him I'd marry him too. Oh, when Jake was little, Jake told me that he was never going to leave home. What he was going to do is buy the house next door and build a tunnel so that we could always walk in the tunnel and see each other whenever we wanted. And then he moved out before he even graduated high school. He's always been very independent. Gypsy says, thank you so much for a lovely afternoon. You saw me through canning beets, making supper, and watering the garden. All right. Definitely check out the Alex Jones folk song with Don. I will love it. I will absolutely check that out. I'm going to close there for now, guys. We've been at it almost 4 hours. I think we'll do Sunday again. That way we can get Don in on some shows. And we'll try not to run into Salty's show at 7:30 because I know a lot of my folks watch Salty. But that is all I have got for today. I will see you guys. Yeah, we are going on 4 hours. I will see you guys on Wednesday. We may actually finish up the book on Wednesday because I think we're on chapter 16, and I think there's only 24 or 25. So we may be able to finish it this week. We will not have a live stream show next week unless we can figure out how to make it work while we're camping, which I kind of doubt. But we may try the free thing on StreamYard and try to do it from there. We'll just see how that goes. But we'll try. We'll try. If not, we'll probably put up a video at least. I'm gonna have to go back and watch. I just got here. I'm so sorry, honey. Thanks for spending time with me. You're welcome. Hey, and who's sending me beats, Gypsy Princess, if you're sending me beats, my email address is in the. Look at me schlepping for beats. I just want to try them, and I want to try homemade ones. In the show notes, in the description area, my email address is in there. So if you just email me if you want to send me beats, I will send you my address. And I'm going to go up and enjoy the heck out of the strawberry rhubarb jelly. I'm so sorry that Let's Get Sewing didn't show up and get to see me wear the hat, but you know, in case she does. It's not a hat. It's a pot cozy or something. But I don't know. I'm digging it as a hat. I'm thinking, you know what? I've got a little black and white kimono. I think if I wear that and a black tank top, you guys would be like, look how styling Penny is. She looks amazing with her pot cozy on her head. This is the kind of value you get from this show. But anyway, it was fun having you guys and having Don with us. I love when he can come on the show. He's always worried about what he's going to talk about. And I'm like, we never have trouble finding topics. She'll be fine. See, look, you love it, don't you? You would wear this hat. And it looks really cute with the hair up. I think, I'm telling you. I think people think I'm like trying to be a little China woman or something, but I've got my wide shoes on. If you guys have never seen shoes, you've seen barefoot shoes. So they're shaped like this. They have that really wide toe box so they don't hurt your feet. And they're almost barefoot. They have a really low profile. They're real soft. Um, and I like wearing them when I have to wear shoes. And I get these little liners that you can take out and wash. But anyway, great shoes, super comfortable. If you have any trouble with, pain in the sides of your feet, or these have just been great shoes, real cheap, like $40 on Walmart, or not Walmart, Amazon, and I cannot remember. Just look for barefoot shoes. But they make them in all different kind of styles, sandals, everything. I've got a pair of barefoot sandals, really comfortable. That's my last tip. I will talk to you guys on Wednesday. Let me pray us out. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this day and for our viewers, our family, our friends here on Rumble. We just love everybody in the chat, and we're so glad that they know that they can come here and this is their show too, and they can participate and add to the program. I couldn't do it without them. I just thank you so much for Liz Wheeler, for her sending me the gifts from her business, Let's Get Sewing, and we definitely enjoy that, and I pray that you would bless her business with more sewing students so that she can continue that. Father, we just thank you for the provision in our lives. We pray for our elected leaders that you would maybe turn a couple of them into pillars of salt, maybe strike a few of them mute, blind, maybe whatever it takes to kind of shake things up there and let them know that you're God and you're not playing, and that they are doing some evil stuff. And I'm telling you, if you pull that pillar of salt trick out, I'm there. I'm going to talk about it. But really, God, we pray that you not be mocked, and that your authority not be mocked, and that your sovereignty. That this is just crazy that people think that they can do all of these things, totally disregard the health of developing babies, and put children into known pedophiles' homes. And I mean, what is going on in the world, Lord? We need a shocking movement of God and God's people to wake people up to the corruption and the depravity that has taken over this country. Father, I just pray that you would help us walk in light and boldness, and help us speak the truth in love, but mostly speak it boldly, because so many are afraid to do it now because the consequences are so high. Father, we thank you for your boldness and for the help that the Holy Spirit is to us, and for the Savior that you sent to us to take away our sins and give us an opportunity to spend eternity with you. Father, bless everybody watching the show now and everybody that'll watch on Rewind. And it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right, guys. Love you, whole big bunches. I will see you Wednesday morning at 10:30 for The Giver, for the book club. Should be our last installment of The Giver. All right, guys. Love you, whole big bunches.